Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, good morning. Please take your seats, but also, and make yourself comfortable, but also those of you who cannot understand Czech, if you could take your headphones, because the first panel will be in Czech language, so you may need the help of translators. Good morning. It's a pleasure that we are all here again, and thank you for the morning birds to come together to talk and discuss and learn about the strategic partnerships for building democratic societies in Europe, which is the title of the conference that was also already going on yesterday, and we are now continuing today. My name is Jana Miléřová, and I am here on behalf of the organizers, which is the organization Glopolis, but also I am happy that we organize this conference in cooperation with Foundation Partnership and the organization Glopolis, but mainly the Office of the Government and the Secretariat of the Government Committee for or Council for NGOs, which is hosting us in this beautiful venue of the Hrzánský Palace, and we are very thankful for this cooperation. And I would like to shortly invite the first guest speakers to open up the floor. But really, one more technical thing: please take your headphones or headsets. Because the first panel will be in Czech, so for the international guests this would be necessity, and you can take them over there at the table. So I would like to introduce Miss Pavlína Žáková, who is opening the speech or having the opening speech, because this conference is held under the auspices of the Minister for European Affairs, Mr. Mikuláš Bek, and she's the head of the advisors of the minister. Thank you very much for coming.
So, dear ladies, gentlemen, welcome here in the beautiful premises of the Office of the Government in the Hrzán Palace. First of all, let me pass you very warm greetings on behalf of Mikuláš Bek, the Minister for European Affairs, who can't be here today because he is in Luxembourg. He is chairing today the meeting of ministers in the General Affairs Council. He's not with us today, but I'm sure mentally he is, because the topics on the agenda of the General Affairs Council are very similar to what we will be discussing here today, so mainly democratic values. It was a pleasure for the minister to grant patronage to this conference and to include it in the program of events supported by the Czech presidency. I understand that this is the second day of the conference, that many of you were here already yesterday, that you enjoyed excellent program, many panels full of distinguished speakers, and those who arrived only later in the evening, I hope that you had a chance to visit Prague. The weather was beautiful, so Prague could offer all its treasures in the best light. So congratulations to the organizers, not only for ordering such a good weather, but also for setting up such a good program. And when I saw the program for today, I'm sure that the discussions will continue at the same speed and level, and will even expand to encompass the European context, the European dimension. I'm representing here the Czech presidency, so let me first make a few remarks how this noble topic of the conference, strategic partnerships for building a democratic society in Europe, how it relates to the presidency priorities and to its program. So first of all, because I understand some of the guests are international, I would like to recall the key motto of the Czech presidency, which is Europe as a task. This is the title of an essay of Václav Havel from 1996, when he had a speech in Aachen, when he referred to the need to rethink thoroughly the tasks ahead of Europe in rather dramatic, well, it was not so dramatic, but in a very changing environment of Europe and the political context in Europe after the fall of the Iron Curtain. The relation or the reference to Václav Havel itself makes a clear link with democracy, because Václav Havel was a great defender of democracy, and he also understood very well the role of civil society and its importance for functioning of democratic regimes. So by referring to Václav Havel, the Czech presidency, there is a clear link to democratic values that you are going to discuss today. I will guide you also through the 5 priorities, key priorities of the Czech presidency, and to see where they relate to democratic values, or and where also they rely on the role on civil society, because we see that in each of these 5 priorities, there is a clear role for civil society. For civil society. First of all, number 1, Ukraine. That's self-explanatory. Ukraine, the Czech presidency coordinates EU efforts to defend a democratic regime in Ukraine, not only via military support, but also coordinating sanctions and discussing the post-war recovery. There is another dimension, the aid to refugees, and in all these dimensions, mainly in aid to refugees, NGOs played and are still playing a crucial role, and they will play also a crucial role in the reconstruction of Ukraine when the war is finally over. Energy security, that's the second priority of the Czech presidency. Well, of course, European democracy is not safe if it relies or if it's dependent on countries that directly threaten the European democracy. So the main goal for the EU is now to break its dependence on Russian fossil fuels. and by decreasing this dependence on totalitarian regimes, we are protecting our own democracy. So again, by energy security, we are protecting democracy. Again, the role of NGOs is very clear, in particular in designing the green transition part of this endeavor. So also we, I must say, personally in the Office of the Government, I deal, for example, now with the recovery and resilience plan of Czechia, and the reliance on NGOs and the knowledge and expertise in terms of green transition is absolutely indispensable. Third priority, defense. Well, this is not only about common action to strengthen EU defense, EU defense capacities, but it's also about protecting our democracies against internal threats, hybrid threats, disinformation, etc. And here again, very clear role for the NGOs. Fourth priority is strategic resilience of the EU economy. Here again, the goal, the objective is to reduce the independence, to strengthen the resilience of the European economy, and one of its dimensions is to reduce dependence on hostile or unstable regimes. So via supporting own production capacities or via deepening trade with democratic regimes, the EU wants to support and protect its democratic stability. In this fourth dimension, I see a clear role for the NGOs, mainly in the digital aspect, in the digital dimension. For example, the artificial intelligence is being discussed at the European level. So ethics of AI, for example, these are the topics where the contribution of civil society is clear. And the fifth priority is the resilience of democratic institutions. Well, here itself, you see that the Czech presidency has deliberately chosen to have one of its 5 priorities related to democracy and democratic values. Russian aggression once again reminded us that our long-term prosperity is based on functioning democratic institutions. So also under the Czech presidency, we are coordinating discussions on how to strengthen the resilience of institutions that are key for maintaining democratic values, which is first of all independent media. So the Czech presidency steers the discussions on Media Freedom Act, which was presented by the European Commission in September, and which proposes a new set of rules to protect media pluralism, media independence. Second, political parties. Legislation is currently under discussion on the transparency of political advertising, but also on European electoral law. This is also one of the topics of today's General Affairs Council, for example. Rule of law discussion here. Of course, not only the European Commission but the European Council pays a lot of attention to sticking to the rule of law. Yesterday we heard in the news, for example, about dismantling of the fence surrounding Czech Center in Moscow. This is not like a situation of rule of law which we would like to ever occur in. So rule of law is definitely key. And And finally, well, last but not least, I would mention open dialogue with citizens. This is a topic which is dear to this particular audience, I believe. So here the Czech presidency steers the discussion on the follow-up of the Conference of the Future of Europe. So currently, the design of the follow-up event is being discussed even today at the General Affairs Council. This is one of the topics on the agenda, and also the General Affairs Council will discuss how to take forward to the recommendations by the Conference of Europe, and mainly the appeal by the European Parliament to convene a convention to change the treaties. We are also all, I believe, eagerly waiting for today's presentation of the Commission work program, which will hopefully unveil some details about the defense of democracy package, which the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen presented or announced in her State of the Union speech. So let's see today what will be on the agenda for not so much for the Czech presidency. This work will probably be taken forward by the following presidencies, the Swedish in particular, but I'm sure there will be new proposals because I hope it was also clear from the presentation that although maybe you are not always convinced that civil society is being involved sufficiently in the discussions, from my own experience, I would say that the policymakers do listen to civil society, to NGOs, maybe not always at the level and at the stage of policy making that you would wish for, but definitely the design of the policies leans on and relies on the expertise and knowledge and feedback from the civil society. So I would like to wish you a very pleasant day, very fruitful discussions. And I will now pass the floor to the second welcome speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Žáková. I hope that you can still sit with us and listen to some part of the panel, but we know that you are in rush and you have to leave earlier, so just so that we know all. So have a seat, and I just would like to pass the floor, give the floor to Petr Lebeda, the director of Glopolis, to say a few words on behalf of the organizations, and and usually, or if I may just continue, that Klára Laurenčíková would otherwise be with us also to say her words on behalf of the Office of the Government and her position as the Human Rights Commissioner of the government, but unfortunately she has different other duties, so she's excusing herself as well. And now, Petr, yours.
Děkuji, Jano. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and vážené paní poslankyně a paní senátorko, já si neodpustím takový drobný komentář, že
at many events we organize, we really have problems bringing women in, and it's great that we have a panel which is full of women, full of smart women, and that's really great. Women who live for democracy. And the only one who is balancing the gender aspect here is David Ondračka. I'm really happy to have you here.
I was just trying to express my joy at having a women-based panel, because usually we have quite the opposite problem in organizing the events. So I hope you had a good sleep, and also an evening full of interesting debates yesterday, and a warm welcome to all of you who have been joining just now, both offline here and online again. Yesterday we discussed various experiences and factors of cooperation between the civil society organizations and the government in the Czech Republic. We arrived at a number of inspiring conclusions and specific recommendations. For instance, the OECD research, as we heard, confirmed that participation works. High participation of citizens brings more substantial results for public policies than low or no participation. I think that's a good news, and it's good to have it confirmed by such a respected body as the OECD. Time and capacity constraints, a fear to leak unofficial information, or lack of experience with concrete cooperation with CSOs seem to be the main hindrances for participation on the government side. On the other hand, where regular personal contacts, positive experiences, and trust are established, partnerships are well feasible. Indeed, what seems to be the main challenge in the Czech Republic, and I believe it's also the case for many other Central Eastern European countries, and probably even beyond, the biggest challenge really is the overall culture of participation. In words of one of the colleagues from Ministry of Environment, I think the really interesting point was that participation is a value-based proposition, basically, that some people perceive it as only as a tool to achieve something, so basically a transactional, pragmatic approach, whereas others perceive that participation has a value in itself, and it basically enriches any process that the government or municipality or other entity does. So this kind of dichotomy is something that we're trying to bridge here, and establish participation as a really valuable process. Today we will grow our geographical and institutional focus and discuss what can be done for a more strategic support of the European civil society, not just the Czech civil society, by the national governments and especially by the EU institutions. Civil society is a long-standing ally of EU institutions in building a democratic Europe based on respect of human rights and what we could call a foundational values of the European Union, especially now when this European democracy is threatened from outside and within, as we heard, also in Ms. Žákova's speech, and also as the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen highlighted in her recent State of the Union speech. Civil society needs support and recognition in order to fully exercise its democratic functions and work for the public good. This recognition should ideally come on several levels and forms, as a political, as a legal, and as a financial. And I believe we'll get one by one to each of these aspects today. Cooperation among EU institutions and civil society actors have a long history, and recently we experience, at least it seems, interest and willingness on both sides to take this process forward. This is demonstrated by various new initiatives and measures, such as the European Democracy Action Plan, the strategy to strengthen the application of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, the annual Rule of Law reports, the Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values Program, and not least, and also, it was also mentioned here before, the Conference on the Future of Europe process, which was enriched by the Civil Society Convention, and which was coordinated also by one of the partners of this conference, Civil Society Europe. So this is something that we try to support and build on also today, but we believe that more needs to be done. Civil society needs to be acknowledged as a value and asset in itself, just as participation, not just as an instrument to achieve certain policy goals, progressive or conservative or whatever others. The contribution of civil society to European democracy should be given more emphasis and space, but also be complemented by other plans and processes on the one hand, and ideally be addressed in a comprehensive, structural and proactive manner on the other. This is why, along with our regional partners, Reclaim Our Civic Space Coalition, and EU partners, especially the European Civic Forum and Civil Society Europe. We propose the development and adoption of the European Civil Society Strategy. It can also take different forms. It doesn't necessarily have to be the big or grand strategy. It can be a plan or policy. But today we aim to discuss how we might possibly go about achieving this goal. NEON and other Czech civil society networks have built basically on the government's priority number 5, as we heard, which is strengthening the democratic institutions or resilience of the democratic institutions. And within our Czech presidency activities, we supported getting the EU civil society strategy on the working program of the European Commission. And today is the big day that we should learn whether this is going to succeed, at least for the working program of the 2023, and whether we'll have something to hand over to our Swedish colleagues to work on. We also believe, and we're clear that this is a process of evolution, that the acknowledgement of necessity for vibrant civic space will be reflected in the EU rule of law report and hopefully a new specific chapter precisely on civil society. So I hope that this conference will provide additional depth of arguments for these processes, as well as allow us to share inspirational experiences, bring new contacts, and foster common drive on the side of both the CSOs and the politicians and the government officials for strengthening the position of civil society and anchoring of democratic principles in Europe. So please enjoy the venue, especially the view from the terrace. Enjoy the fine company of inspiring people, and I hope that we will arrive at fruitful conclusions by the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Petr. And now I would give the floor to our moderator, David Ondráčka from Glopolis, and this panel will be in Czech language. So go on and feel free to take the headphones.
So please use headphones, those of you who need, and we're going to continue in Czech, okay? Tak, vítám vás na první panelu, který budeme dělat.
Welcome to the first panel, which will be led in in Czech. I'm very happy that we've got distinguished guests in our panel, our real dear guests. But let me start by saying that I'm really happy for the working atmosphere of yesterday's first day of the conference. We went into very depth about strategic partnership in between the civil society and the public authorities. We were trying to build on what is working. We were also talking about cons, not only about pros. We were talking about organizations which are cooperating with various agencies on very important agendas, and on the other hand, on institutions which do not invite the civil organizations at all. We were talking about various channels for cooperation, steering committee, working teams, or one-to-ones, many different channels out there. And cooperation really works, should really work not only on the working level, but there should be political will there as well. So it should be going from top down, and therefore I'm very happy that we've got the panel in here. Let me welcome Jitka Seitlová, Deputy Chairwoman of the Senate. Olga Richterová, Vice Chairwoman of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Barbara Urbanová, Vice Chairwoman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Chamber of Deputies, and Eva Dekra, the first chairwoman of the Civic Democratic Party and a member of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. Okay, let's go for it. Time is limited, and therefore, in the first round, I should like to ask you to share an example of how you perceive best examples of cooperation and what you've done so far for this cooperation to work. Welcome. Let me welcome you to the conference. I'm happy to be here indeed, because this is an environment which is very dear to me, very close to my heart. I very much appreciate this. I've met a lot of people here whom I know. And I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this conference, because it is really highly needed. It's great what you're going to be talking about today, and I'm very sorry that I will not be able to stay with you for the whole day. From what I learned from the conference agenda, I've got only 5 minutes to speak. Actually, it's less than 5 minutes to speak, because if we want to give the floor to everybody, that's less. In the Senate, it's got an activity which is not under my auspices, but it's an activity which has been running since 2016. As a vice chairwoman, I closely cooperate with an expert group of NGOs. This expert group is a platform since 2016, which covers a really wide agenda. It's charity, social affairs, it's youth and children, it's international development support, culture, donors, etc. It's an expert group that meets in my offices and consults legislation, strategies, and we also organize or co-organize quite a lot of events. In the past year, we organized several roundtables on participation, sustainability of NGOs, etc., in support of developing NGOs. On the other hand, I can't imagine any fields of activity, any documents, any strategies, any resolutions without consulting NGOs. In my field, for example, I've been cooperating with NGOs massively, for example, measures and strategies to counter climate change. It's key. The role of NGOs is really key in this respect. In the Czech Republic, the atmosphere is strange. You know it. Some conservative and industrial lobbies are very strongly against this climate change rhetoric. But and NGOs have been helping a lot. Yet another issue, domestic violence. If it wasn't for NGOs, we wouldn't have been able to move domestic violence forward. In 2001, domestic violence was first embedded in the Czech legislation, thanks to NGOs. And now NGOs joined forces are working further towards removing domestic violence. I'm sorry to step in. How can you make sure that a topic which is actually taken on board by NGOs is translated into legislation or into policy or into something relevant? As it's been already said, it very much depends on individual agencies. We've got agencies that cooperate real well. On the other hand, you've got agencies which underestimate civil society, and it's actually wrong. Living environment, for example, we've got quite a lot of fields, protection of soil, protection of air, forestry. Those areas are really good, really well covered by NGO cooperation. NGOs have very strong voice in those areas, and we build on their input. With the Ministry of Justice, for example, we were not that lucky. But going back to domestic violence again, this is a proof that cooperation can work. One more thing I would like to highlight. You were talking about the key agencies. key government ministries. What about community energy? It wasn't working at all in this country, and now it's just rolling out thanks to the civil society again. So even the energy sector is now listening to NGOs. NGOs are always the first ones which inform us about what is needed in the society. They are actually faster than the public sector, faster than politicians, because we politicians actually don't perceive the urgency of certain issues.
Okay. Question to you will be very similar. Does the cooperation work for you? And if not always, what could be improved, perhaps on both sides? On the side of the public administration and on the side of the NGOs, so that the NGOs bring relevant information in a relevant form, and so that the contribution is very fruitful. Now, good morning. I myself come from the academic sphere and from the NGO sector. So ever since I joined the political life in this country, it was in 2016, I was somebody who knew how the NGO sector works. I had some expertise that I could offer, and I was kind of sad that the public service cannot utilize the potential that is the NGO. And my political career is about balancing the various interests, the public interest and the leading the debate, and also including important actors on board when we lead the debates. What I do perceive as absolutely fundamental in the Chamber of Deputies, and it's important for all of you, if you insist for some time, and if you have the expertise, if you devote your time to a topic that is relevant, and it doesn't have to be an important topic like climatic changes or energy transformation or domestic violence. Always, what I notice, if somebody persists and follows the goal that they set themselves, they will succeed. Well, sometimes they turn grey on the way, but we all turn grey. But I'll give you a particular example. When you have a roundtable on the safety and security, organized by a colleague of mine, Mr. Žáček, had a great deal of participants from the NGO sector, and there was a roundtable on the security of Europe, and as a consequence of the Russian invasion. That wasn't the case a couple of years ago. The second example, there are ministries where we succeed very well. That's the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, and I organized a roundtable focusing on the children's groups. And what was important, that we had the top officials from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs who designed the laws, the draft agenda, the draft. But we also had representatives of the children's groups from all over the country. So they invested their time and money to come to Prague and spend the time with the with the ministerial officials, civil servants, which was very important. And lastly, thirdly, when we organized, together with Markéta Pekarová, the Speaker of the Chamber, an event promoting a social enterprise, we supported the social enterprises in a very efficient way. It's not always easy to understand that if you have a topic that is very important to you, then you have to be aware of the fact that the politicians have a very limited time. And we have to respect that. It's not a disrespect that's shown on their side. It's about our time limitations, because we are enormously limited by time. Now, you were in the opposition in the previous election period. Now you are in the position of a vice president of the Chamber of Deputies. If you hold an event that is for the NGOs, what do the ministries view? Because sometimes there would be colleagues of yours at the political party also, what do they think about these events? Oh, it's much more positive. It's very important to link the civil servants who draft the bills, who prepare the legislation, with the NGO sector, both the NGOs that have expertise on the topics. And it's not only the NGO sector, but it's also the academics, because the academics have a lot to contribute. I'll give you an example from the power sector. In police work, criminalistics is very much depending on information about personal history when detecting crime, or rather discovering the ways leading to a crime. And the academics had a way how to proceed in that, the family tree, etc. And again, the academics might be ahead of the police in several areas. Now, the next question. The NGOs often appeal to you. They send open letters and they produce open calls, etc. What do you think about that? What do you think about those initiatives? When you get an open letter, is this a kiss of death, so to say? Will it put the topic aside entirely, or how do you see that, or do you take that on the agenda on the contrary? I'll start speaking in a general term. What I do mind in the long term in the Czech Republic is that the politicians do not respect the NGOs. And it's not only the politicians, it's the media as well. The society as such is not providing proper respect for the NGOs. It's not a long time ago that we heard rather derogatory comments about the NGOs, and we heard that they would be drawing on the state's money only. And it's not the right perspective, I would say. We have to appreciate the work the NGOs are doing, that the civil society is providing for the state, because the state would not be able to function without the civil sector, without the civil NGOs. I talked to a lady from Člověk tísni, and we are working on improving the insolvency laws, because their work is about helping people in bankruptcy. And this is one of the points of the agenda. Another topic, domestic violence. The victims of domestic violence do not turn to police as the first contact point. They will turn to somebody first who will provide an ear to them, who will listen to what they have to say, and who will be stretching their helpful hand to them. Another topic, Ukraine. Who do you think has been helping the Ukrainian refugees? Who was bringing food to the medical doctors and nurses? Who was assisting the refugees at the main train station? Again, civil sector, the NGOs. And I'm very sad when I see that this is being neglected by the politicians. And now coming to the particular examples, the NGOs have a very difficult position when they turn to the ministry. Some ministries would be very resilient to the involvement of or the engagement of NGOs in their work. Now, some of the civil servants that are the work of the ministries would be there for ages, and it's very difficult to change the attitude of such a person. So it is a task for us to change the perspective on the civil society, and that is linked to the entire attitude towards the NGOs. And my task was to answer what question? No, because we had a presentation here yesterday that showed an example that when there was a problem at the main train station, that the NGOs were right there, they were contacted right away. But when there's a law being prepared on Ukraine, Lex Ukraine, then they're not being contacted whatsoever. So, and if they were called upon in a timely manner, they could be providing very relevant data. They would be preventing mishaps, etc. Yes, I agree with you. Just like Ms. Saitlova said, I do cooperate with NGOs. I'm focused on the domestic violence. We opened up a platform, my colleague and I, and I get letters, dozens of letters each and every day. My husband is beating me, or my wife doesn't give me any money. What should I do? And I can see that there is no systemic solution. I am the only soldier in the field that is trying to protect the people that are victims to domestic violence. So what I'm trying to say is the state will not get anywhere if the state does not listen to the NGOs. And what I say is that we are harvesting now the political stance that has been established 15 years ago. Eva, do you have any examples that you would like to mention? Good examples of cooperation, good examples of strategic partnership with the NGOs. And would you agree with the statement that the politicians would be sometimes arrogant when speaking about the NGO sector? Well, I wouldn't be as strong. I wouldn't be using such strong words. I think there are two levels, nevertheless. On the one level, we have the NGOs that focus on a particular topic, be it in a region, whether it's domestic violence or any other social topic, cultural or education, like school topic, and that I will not be agreeing. And I think that the NGOs do have the respect they need to have on the local level, on the regional level. Unfortunately, the respect is not going beyond the financing mechanisms. Now, before I joined the Chamber of Deputies, I was a lawyer, I was an attorney, and I was providing legal services to NGOs and you name it. And I was angry many times when I saw them in a rather humiliating posture, begging for money from the state. And that's a systemic flaw. It's a flaw of the system because we know that some of the work that they do is irreplaceable. The state cannot do the work. And at the same time, the state is not willing to provide the financing for the work. So I really enjoyed going to charity balls, but at the same time, I was frustrated because if the charity has to organize a ball to be able to pay their employees, there's something wrong. So it's not about saying, you're not doing good work. No, you're doing good work, but we need to find money in the system to be able to pay you for the good work. And also, secondly, there are NGOs that work in their field, and when they discover there's something wrong, that they need to change something now. And I recall my times in the advocacy when I saw that I was working as an attorney and I came across barriers that I couldn't change as an attorney. So I thought, and I have to go to the parliament to be able to change the laws, to be able to change the things. So, and again, it's down to the people whom they elect. And second, we as politicians, we need to be able to listen what is coming from the bottom up. And it's also on the NGOs to appeal to the politicians and exert the pressure on the politicians. And also we as politicians, we have to go out and detect what is happening in the field. Now, we are all limited by our professions. Whatever our background is, we never have all the information available. And that's my struggle, because whatever the topic that was mentioned here, I, as a politician, do not have a complex view on the topic, and I need the NGOs to be able to compile the entire image of that topic. So it's not only one-sided issue. I have one negative point. That is a bit of a blasphemy here in the hall full of NGOs. I think if we have a topic of NGOs and the topic of strengthening the civil sector, it should be heard of because I, as a politician, encounter quite frequently. It's transparency. It's not about the transparency of interests that are promoted by the NGOs, but it's about who is behind these interests. Now, that we mention Russia, for instance, I am not sure today, because if there is a topic that is reaching beyond the borders, whether it's the, I don't know, LGBT community or whatever, I'm not sure who's financing these NGOs. And I think we should draw clear lines. We should be saying, yes, we have some of the NGOs that have not been established because of the incentive there is not public good, but we see some NGOs being established and funded by Hungarian money, by Russian money, and they try to influence us as politicians and the entire society as such. And I think it's to the detriment of all the other NGOs who are really and keenly promoting their own interests, and they are building a civil society. And I think it's a topic that is not yet ripe for discussion and not yet ripe to reach a solemn decision. Olga, if you could comment on that. I'll be very brief. In the previous election period, I remember it was quite clear, those 5 years ago, it was quite, the attempt was there, attack the NGOs. Now, why do I highlight that? Because my colleagues and I, and now we were, I'm here there for the Pirate Party, we were the only party that did not, who were not supporting this. And what we saw was a rapid change, was the COVID pandemics. It was quite frequent before the COVID pandemics that the politicians all the way from the top were against the NGOs. And I think we've passed that evolutionary stage, I would say. And I think we're now in a stage when we learn to appreciate the NGOs. And just like Eva mentioned, we have good and bad business in the business sphere. The same applies for the NGOs. Some NGOs will be working splendidly, some NGOs will be working not so splendidly. And also the hidden agenda behind the NGOs is something that we struggle every day. And it's a lot about you also. We have to be transparent in disclosing our financing mechanisms as political parties. And it's important to have also transparent funding, also in case of the NGOs, to have clear idea who are the sponsors of the NGOs. So, and it's up to you as NGOs. No, I was often joking that political parties are often the political NGOs, even though they're not in the government. Yes, I would like to comment on that. The transparency of the funding is incredibly important. It's one of the things that the NGOs perceive as absolutely crucial and essential, because it's about the trustworthiness of an NGO. And another thing, it's not only about funding. I have to say there are some efforts that I encounter, and it brings me to the answer to your question. If I'm addressed by an NGO, I'm looking at the NGO as such who is sending the request. And it happens to us sometimes that it's a well-established, respected NGO. And what we see, that there will be a negative critique of that, about that NGO. And this negative critique would be coming out of the blue. It will be unreasoned. And they try to dishonest the NGO, and it's not true often, and I think you can do so yourself. So it's fake news, and we need to make sure that we distinguish between the respected NGOs and trustworthy NGOs and other efforts. It's a very serious phenomenon that has a clear intention to do harm to the existing NGOs that work. And it's and we understand this attempt to diminish the funding for these respected NGOs. Yeah, I remember the times when one of the politicians labeled me as David Ondráčka NGO. So the NGO should not be seen as something negative.
I know it's been said, but I would like to add one more thing. And what is really important is cooperation of the NGOs, especially in respect of domestic violence. There were many groups out there which were fighting, which were not really friendly. And they were pushing their interests, they were pushing their views, and they were not cooperating. The same with the Insolvency Act. These are two agendas which are my agendas, and that's why I am quite aware of the clashes in there, but I think there are clashes out there in some other respects as well. It's very important to communicate with the right people. I've got many people approaching me with their problems. But I cannot have just all agendas. So if I have somebody who comes to me with this kind of a problem, I can refer them. So refer people. And find people on the government level whom you should communicate with. So if you receive a letter from a platform or an NGO network, it's much stronger message for you than an individual NGO. Definitely so. Definitely so. But the problem is that NGOs sometimes fight for their place under the sun, and they compete. And sometimes it's difficult to find whom to cooperate with. And sometimes it's even difficult to establish a network. Domestic violence, for example, that's a great example. There were competing interests. We think it should go this way. No, we think it should go this way. And they were, as I said, fighting for this place under the sun. And only when they reached consensus and they started cooperating, we could start moving things forward. You can tell immediately when you talk to them whether they've got a big ego and everything else is minor, or whether they really want to promote their agenda and their egos are only secondary. It's sometimes fighting for resources as well. Of course, competitiveness is commonplace there, and it's not that they are competing because they want to push their ideas, that they are also competing because they are competing for resources. I would like to extend my thanks to MP Richterová for what she just said. I feel that this criticism of government and government agencies is actually not good. We are not attacking the civil society. We are not diminishing the civil society. We appreciate cooperating with them, and we really like working with them. Social housing, for example, which we haven't talked about, is a great example of combination of the public authorities and the civil service, the civil society, I'm sorry. Social housing reform was proposed by NGOs, and we've got many people from NGOs who are now working for the government and are pushing the changes in social housing. It's an excellent, absolutely perfect example. Social housing is one of my agendas, which I was covering when I was in opposition. I was also fighting for NGOs being involved in social housing reform. But I can tell how difficult it is. First, all standard processes must be met. First, you have to introduce the topic into the public space. Definitely, it was done by NGOs. Social housing into public space, definitely NGOs. But then you need legislative framework, and NGOs cannot do that. Sometimes NGOs think that they know best, but they know a lot, but they don't know best. They have to cooperate. And there is yet another level. Not that many legislative initiatives come from Senate. A lot has to be done in the Parliament. Insolvency Act is not finalized. Domestic violence not finalized. Social housing not finalized. All these things, all these issues are in our government plan, but they are definitely not done. And we can just sit back and say, done, okay. No, definitely not. We still continue fighting for it. The last question before we finish. Do you prefer NGOs approaching you individually, or do you prefer roundtables or task forces? Eva, what is your preference? Let me just say that the cons we've been debating are given by the fact that civil society will never be perfect. I mean, it will always be a lot of different people, different groups with different ideas and different intentions. It's about democracy. I think we are going in the right direction. We are really heading towards real participative democracy. I welcome NGOs turning to me and sending me information. That's the insight from the world outside, in a way, which I am really happy to see. On the other hand, some NGOs just push their agenda and they say this is the only agenda you should pay attention to, and we are the only ones who know what's going on, and they push everybody, and they actually make others angry. Some NGOs can be very aggressive, and that's something what I don't agree with. It's really about balancing out. I mean, there are interests out there of many different players. I agree. Balance is really important. But on the other hand, being an NGO, you really have to be pushy. You really have to be a bit aggressive, because if you are not, you will not break the wall. But it can be counterproductive. It can be counterproductive. You have to find the right balance. You have to strike the right balance, because if you don't, it can really meet with a lot of resistance. The time is up. Bara, would you like to make the last comment? I like people coming to me with a particular plan. I mean, if you want to approach a politician, have a particular plan, tell us what you want, whom from, open a round table. This is what we want to be doing, very particular and detailed plan. As to being pushy or not being pushy, we are talking about agenda which you need to approach a particular person with. I mean, there are 201 MPs in there, and not all of them are experts in all trades. You have to find the right person to talk to. Olga, when I started working for the government, I received quite a lot of help from NGOs. I had a coach. I learned how to work with myself. I learned how to operate, and that was actually provided by NGOs. I recommend to cooperate with NGOs and not to neglect yourself. I mean, neglecting yourself is a problem. Jitka? Okay, I was the first one to speak, and I'm the last one to speak. I know time is up, but Everything's been said in a way. The most important things have been said. But let me say the following. This society is undergoing dramatic changes. Technology is ahead of us, and we are not able to react to that speed. And the same is NGOs. This is a new world. This is new environment vis-à-vis NGOs as well. The last thing I would like to say is that in the printed matter which I received from you, I read that you want to strengthen dialogue. But I think the dialogue is not visible in the society. There are many groups with very strong voice, and they are escalating the situation. But what we need in the society is a dialogue with the civil society, with NGOs. That's what we need. That's one of the aspects which we should concentrate on. The situation is very new. So I wish NGOs to have more systematic financing, more professionalism, more transparency, because without these aspects it won't be possible. NGOs do play a central role in the society. Without them, it won't work. But also observe the going-ons in the society, because that's also important to know. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for being in the panel, and thank you very much for your work in the parliament or in this panel. Jitka Seidlová, Olga Richterová, and others.
Děkuji. Samozřejmě, pokud máte čas tady zůstat ještě nějakou dobu.
If you have time to stay, please do so. But you have to go back to the offices. I understand. Thank you.
To take a floor and make some reflections on what was said. Please. Díky moc. Jo.
Yeah. We have the pleasure to have the president of civil society organizations group in the European Committee of, I know it in Czech, in the European Economic and Social Committee, and we would be happy if you could share with us your views on what you heard in the political debate among the Czech politicians, and how could you respond to it also at the EU level. Thank you.
You were lucky I didn't break into it, because it was exactly the conversations I hear all of the time, and I think it was fantastic to hear that kind of enthusiasm and exciting dialogue. So I really appreciate that. I represent, I'm president of civil society organizations, which is part of the EESC. And a few months ago, we changed our name to Civil Society Organizations. It's part of the European Economic Social Committee, and that committee is one of the advisory bodies in the institution of the EU. We're one of three groups. The trade unions have their group, and the employers have their group, and of course civil society has their group. And that is why we changed our name. It reflects better our principles and where we come from. Glad to see in the audience my good friend and colleagues Pavel and Roman, who know quite a lot about the committee and probably know far too much as far as I'm concerned. But they're wonderful people because they, as you know, and you know because you know them, they come from the Czech Republic. They come from organizations here, as I come from Irish Rural Link in Ireland. So all of the members of our committee are, in fact, members of civil society organizations. And I think that's the strength of particularly my group. And it's not necessarily my group, but the members who are in it. So I suppose it's the principles. I'm listening to the discussion, David, I was really fascinated about why we exist, why civil society organizations come into place. And we are there because there is an issue locally that's important. There is a problem locally that's important. Something is wrong with some of the minority groups in our society, with women, with disabilities, with people trying to get housing, trying to people get proper price for their goods, etc. There is a problem. And usually it's the civil society organization or the issue comes into being. And usually, as you know, a group of people come together, start complaining, agitating, whatever. And eventually, if they don't get their way, the group of people becomes an organization, and an organization becomes a very strong group in our society. So in a sense, we're there for the common good. And the role we have in terms of solutions, and that discussion about solutions, and I think one of the speakers talked about when you talk to politicians or government, you need a plan, and you do. Certainly in Ireland, we have a kind of a 17 organizational group, national organizations, covering every single element of our society. And they are recognized by government as the body you go to. And there was a lot of opposition to that at the time. Several parties since then came and said they would get rid of that system. But every time they do, they realized actually we're more valuable to government and to policymakers than not being there. Because what has happened in our situation in Ireland is we have become really experts in not just complaining and arguing about a problem, but actually in providing a solution. And one of the things we did very early on, we learned how to do economics. Because if you don't know your economics, it's very difficult to argue in favor of anything, especially if it costs money. So you need to know that. And that's one of the things we did. I've called us a little bit like the canary in the coal mine. I think you know what that means. The miners test the safety of the mine depending on whether the canary lives or not. The little bird, unfortunately, loses out. So we are that in social society. And this is the case in Europe. And I will come to the European dimension in a second. But we do reflect society. And my lesson and my argument and my plea to politicians is, you may not like what we hear. And as we were told, some of us are a bit pushy. Some of us have an ego. Some of us could do it a bit better. But you need to listen to that voice. Because if you don't, as we know, it becomes disastrous actually for the politicians first. Because the problem that annoying voice in the corner was talking about, which you dismissed, has suddenly arisen and is all over the place and is causing political chaos. So you listen to civil society organizations. And in a sense, civil society organizations come together in crisis. You know, we know about COVID-19. We know what civil society organizations did and how they got involved. We know that, in fact, without them, the states all across Europe would have had difficulty in managing the system of people who needed help, people who needed provisions, people who were locked up in their own homes. They just needed a friend. They needed people to ring them up and say, are you okay? And all of the mental well-being. So civil society organizations came together there. And also we know that in the war in Ukraine, frankly, it was civil society organizations across Europe that responded first in terms of practical help. So we can't, you know, that's why in a way they're so flexible. That's also the good thing about civil society organizations, and that's why they can operate with a little bit more freedom. I suppose the real issue comes in terms of advocacy. That's when everything gets uncomfortable. It's very good that we set up the soup kitchens, that we help people in distress, that we do all of that. And that fills a very definitive role. Nobody disagrees with that role. But it's when we start advocating for change. And really, we're advocating for change because we see the issues on the ground. We see the problems. And that's really when we have to get properly organized. And in our committee, as I said, we reflect society across Europe. Consumers in Czech Republic, maybe slightly different to the consumers in Denmark or Ireland, but more than likely the issues are not that far apart. Environmentalists may be more proactive in some countries and less in others, depending on the economic system. So I suppose the Economic Social Committee in its totality, not just our group, bring together what we call opinions, which try to bring a kind of compromise to the various issues. And in a sense, what Europe is about is bringing all of those differences into a space where compromise can be achieved. If Ireland was writing an opinion, we would write our own opinion. We wouldn't really care what anyone else thought. If Group 3, my group, was writing an opinion, we would write a very specific opinion. We wouldn't care what the unions thought or the employers. But since we have to care about what they think, we then have to sit down and do the kind of dialogue. So dialogue is really what it is about. Real dialogue, not patronistic dialogue, not the kind of dialogue, oh, we must bring them in because they're women. We must have women here because, oh, we this terrible thing about a photograph with no women, you know, that's patronistic. We must have people with disabilities, you know, but don't ever put people into a place of dialogue or responsibility without giving them the supports. And at least I think NGOs do that. You do not see many people without the capacity to talk, the capacity to negotiate, the capacity to do the numbers, turning up in government buildings. Because if you do, you will be found out really, really quickly. I suppose the way I'm thinking in terms of how do we, as in Europe, manage? And here's the issue. Recently, at my, I suppose, instancing, we've set up a round table about talking in Europe about how NGOs, civil societies operate. I worked in the youth sector for many years, had the pleasure of meeting somebody in that area last night. And I have to say, in the youth sector in Ireland, when I was there, we occupied, I suppose, 10% of the youth population. But never was more battles fought between us than over that 10%. And the 80% just went unnoticed. In civil society, and we heard a little bit in the last discussion, we occupy a lot of time being suspicious of each other, worrying about what each other is up to. And frankly, when we're doing that, we have to really think about what are we here for and what are we trying to do. And the reality is in Europe, and I don't know what it's like here in the Czech Republic, but in Europe, policymakers, there's what they call social partnership. It has two pillars, the trade unions, the employers. Who's missing? We talk about our agendas, we talk about wanting to change. Where are we? At the Conference of the Future of Europe in Strasbourg, I really suffered at that conference because we were always looking for the scraps. We were always looking for the crumbs. And I'm hoping at that round table in Europe, we begin to say, okay, it's not about any one organization taking control. That is never what it's about, and it never should be about. It's about how do we manage in this space to achieve a goal we are treated equally with the other two social partners. How do we do that? And how do we do it in a responsible way? We are not there to be the pinprick or the knife in the back. We are there to cooperate. And that's why that roundtable, I'm hoping, will start a conversation. And I suppose I'm saying to you here in this really important event, and I'm listening here yesterday evening, in each country we should start that discussion. Okay, we don't like that you got more funding than you and we were this and that and the other. But where is our agenda in the scheme of things? And are we trusted by the system? As I once was told very, very bluntly by a minister once upon a time, Seamus, if you want to change, go out there, get elected, become a minister, then you can change. But how many of us can do that? So let me conclude, Chair, by saying this. This is a very good example of dialogue and discussion, and I have to say I'm impressed yesterday evening and this morning. You have to begin that dialogue with each other, even the ones of each other you don't like. You have to get into that space, because the ultimate prize is you bring civil society in equal terms with the other pillars of society who make a difference. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bolland. This was a remarkable summary and reflection. I would like to just announce the coffee break now. So please enjoy the sun, no, the mist, and the time together. And let's come back in 15 minutes. Yes, I will get you here. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you back? Okay. Please make yourself comfortable. This is in English.
Will there be a questioning session from the audience?
But it will be all in English. You can keep it, but definitely. Okay, I would like to invite you to take part in the panel and listen to the panel, of course. Thank you very much. So, after the introduction and the political debate that was quite passionate, in my view at least, and reflection from the European perspective that was kindly given to us by Mr. Seamus Bolland, I would like to open another step and another panel, which will be really focusing on practical but also strategic level of the debate. And this panel we called the EU Civil Society Strategy on the way towards a thriving civic space. And I am very happy that we have a very profound panel and moderator. And I will give the floor to Ionut Sibian, who is the Director of Civil Society Development Foundation from Romania, and at the same time a long-term member of the European Economic and Social Committee, so that you can organize and present your guests within this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna, and congrats for being able to put civil society on the agenda of your presidency. Actually, in 2019, together with some of you and others that are not today with us here, we tried to strategize how we could bring strategic issues of civil society in the agenda of our presidencies. And we started in 2019 with the forum in Bucharest. It was Civil Society Forum under Romanian civil society, Romanian presidency at that time in June. And we had a declaration, and we tried to strategize, you know, the next steps, the next presidencies, and how we could achieve our priorities, you know, to be part of the agenda and to be more structured in our advocacy activities in the Union. So in 2019, in June, it was a very, let's say, how to call it, to be nice, worrying time. When we felt like there are growing pushbacks against democracy, fundamental rights, the rule of law, and the EU values at large. Not that was the moment that it started, but it was a moment when we had more and more countries, governments, you know, attacking civil society and going away from the EU values, the pillars that the EU is built. And That's why we started the wide series after Bucharest of consultation with the European Commission, with the Parliament, and with presidencies. Because of the COVID, we couldn't make it during the Croatian presidency, but luckily online we succeed to be together within the Slovenian presidency, and that was the first discussion on the strategy for civil society with the European Commission, with the Parliament, with the Fundamental Rights Agency and the national politicians about a potential strategy that will defend and will look at it from the Brussels perspective in a more strategic way. Now we are here in Prague, and I hope, you know, the next presidency, I hope at least the ones from the Central and Eastern Europe will be more willing to take on board, as your presidency done, or Romanian presidency, topics related with civil society, with civic space, with rule of law, and with the well-being of civil society at large. Now we have a very, let's say, important discussions today. We had a follow-up after Bucharest and Ljubljana in Brussels in June on this document. There were discussions about the name, its strategy, its action plan. For us, frankly speaking, it doesn't matter. It's just that we want a strategic approach at the union level towards civil society in order to you know, counter the acts of unfriendly governments that are attacking civil society, and to protect civic activists, and to be able to fight the cause of the values that we all defend, protect, the EU values. Now we have in the panel 4 speakers. Here with me it's Vera Mora, is the director of Okotars from Hungary. She's the initiator of and organization of this document that we put it forward. Alexandrina Naimovic is the General Secretary of the European Civic Forum. It's the umbrella that most of us, we are members of it. And then we have, I will call them already our friends and our supporter. Sergei Lagodinsky is the member of the European Parliament, the group of the Greens, European Free Alliance, that already took forward in the Parliament some of the proposals we have agreed in Bucharest, and Ingrid Belander-Todino, head of unit Fundamental Rights Policy, European Commission, DG Justice and Consumers. I'll structure the panel in 3 parts. We'll have 2 rounds of questions. I'll have 2 rounds of questions for the speakers, and then the conclusions, and I hope we'll have some time for interaction with you, and to answer to those questions, the panelists to have the possibility to answer to your questions. But first of all, I would like to go to Vera to try to refresh a bit the whole process, and I'd like to ask her, you know, how and why did you came about this proposal, and what did you do so far to push for such an approach from Brussels?
Thank you, Yonut, and I'm very happy to be here. This conference is the 3rd in a series of our Reclaim Our Civic Space project, which took up, among others, to strengthen civil society in Central Europe from the bottom up, from the local level, and to bring the voice of Central European civil society to Brussels, so to say. But to come to Yonut's question, As you all probably know very well, the phenomenon of shrinking civil space has been felt in Hungary for almost a decade by now. Hungarian civil society organizations experienced smear campaigns in the propaganda media, harassment by authorities, or even legal restrictions. And throughout this process, we've seen we felt that the response from Brussels, the response from the European Union institutions was insufficient. There have been statements, declarations by the Parliament, by other institutions. There have been infringement processes initiated by the Commission, which were important, which were able to, let's say, to curb the most excessive steps taken by the Hungarian government. But we also felt that they were not sufficient in a way to really to turn the trend or to stop the trend of shrinking civil space in Hungary. But Hungary, after a while, wasn't alone in this. We've seen different measures taken by more and more member states' government to limit civil society space in one way or the other. And we felt that in Europe, which is built on values of democracy, fundamental rights, and similar, so that we felt that Europe would need to provide some kind of a safety net to civil society organizations in member states where their space is being limited or where their space is being shrunk. Having said that, of course, these issues must be solved first and foremost on the national level. So civil society in these member states have to stand up, come together, advocate for itself, but it needs support, it needs allies to do that. And we feel that Europe, the European institutions, should be its first and foremost ally, and that Europe should develop a kind of tool or an instrument that would help give a more structured and more comprehensive response to the trends of shrinking civil space. So this led us to the idea to come up with a proposal that the European institutions, particularly the European Commission, should develop and adopt some kind of a strategy or action plan or whatever it's called that would address the issue of civil society in a more systemic, more comprehensive manner, and also that would give stronger acknowledgement to civil society and its role on the European level. We first came with this idea, or the idea was first born in, let's say, 2018 or so, and we came out with, on the side of Ökotárs, we came out with a recommendation of some key elements such a strategy could include, and started to promote it among European civil society organizations. Quite a number of them, more than 100, signed up to this initiative, but at the same time we also felt that many organizations and most of the institutions at the time didn't see the need so much, or didn't see why it would be relevant, why it would mean a progress compared to the situation. For the past 5 years, I would say we've come a long way. We found allies not only in civil society, but also in the EU institutions, in the Parliament, in the European Economic and Social Council, but maybe Alexandrina is better positioned to talk about that one. So I think the idea that such a strategy or action plan would be needed is now more broadly recognized, but we still have a long way to go as well. And lots of work to be done before this could materialize in an adopted European document. Maybe I stop here for the time.
Thank you, Vera. Let's go now to our European umbrella, to Alexandrina, who is leading a key European civil society network. And I would like to ask her, when and how did you pick up on the idea of a strategy, and what did you do about it so far?
When exactly? Some time ago, actually. To be honest, at European level, we have been campaigning in a piecemeal for a lot of elements that now we put together under the civil society strategy with more or less success. And the added value of the strategy campaign is also to push the institutions to look at it in a more strategic and holistic way. Because we do face a situation now in time when democracy is at stake as such, as a principle of government. So I think that we do need a very strategic approach to whom our allies are from the side of civil society, inside the society and with the institutions, and the same kind of process in the institutions' courtroom. So I think that it's I wouldn't be able to situate it in time, but we took the opportunity of an ongoing European Commission consultation for the annual report on fundamental rights when we propose for the first time in a very comprehensive report elements that could be part of a civil society strategy. So we kind of pitch the civil society strategy project at the European level with institutions. And we do it not alone as European Civic Forum, but we do it also in the framework of an organization that we created more than 5 years ago called Civil Society Europe. It was mentioned in the opening, which is the place for horizontal cooperation, but also representation of civil society at the European level with the European institutions, in the frame of something that we've been also calling for ages, what we call the European Civil Dialogue. We would like to see a more structured framework for this dialogue across every institution, service, be it DG in the European Commission, thematic commissions in the European Parliament, and mostly within the Council, because while we do manage to have relations more or less open, more or less structured, and more or less permanent with the European Commission and with the European Parliament, it's true that there is really a lot of progress to be made with the dialoguing with the European Council. And the presidency events do represent such an opportunity. It's just a pity that we have opening institutional panels, institutionals leave, and now we find ourselves only, maybe I'm wrong, but to talk among civil society. So it would be best to really create avenues for dialogue. Democracy is a time-consuming process, and I think that the institutions need to understand that they need to invest not only money, but also time and openness to dialogue with civil society. So we are now at the stage at the European level to follow up an open letter that has been sent to Commission President von der Leyen to ask for the strategy to be part of the Commission work program for next year. We are trying to understand what would be the best policy mechanism that would trigger such a strategy. We look with much interest to the revision of the European Democracy Action Plan that could be broadened in scope to include, for example, mechanism to protect civil society when facing attacks, to look how to improve practices of European civil dialogue with civil society, and also to look how to develop funding mechanisms that would really be accessible for civil society nationally and would really look beyond the short time of projects. And we all know what this entails for civil society to constantly run from one project to another, and often leaving aside core mandates that often entail defending values and democracy. And it has been said in the beginning, I think by Seamus, that governments don't seem to have a problem investing money in civil society to deliver services, to often fill the gaps that public policies should fill, taking care of the elderly or whatever vulnerable groups we have in our societies. But more and more governments become very reluctant to dialogue, to listening to civil society, particularly in their watchdog role. So I think that we really need to develop a culture of dialogue and openness, because it is democracy that is at stake, after all.
Thank you, Alexandrina. This openness and partnership relation, we always felt it in the discussions we had with Sergei. He's one of the MEPs that is a champion of championing our cause. And you recently, Sergei, tabled a major report concerning civil society, which was
passed with large majority in the European Parliament. What do you think was the reaction in the Parliament to the proposal by civil society, and how does it relate to your work, the proposal for a strategy or an action plan?
Thank you, and thanks so much. Thank you for your kind words. I hear myself a little bit, so maybe it would be possible for the technical part to...
We hear you.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the partners, because the report that was filed through me in our committee and then in the plenary, and this huge support, political support, would not have been possible without the support of the civil society itself. We, of course, have a labor division, and the legislative work is legislative work, but we all know how important it is to signal and to, I would use the word to lobby, because I think it is important. An important part of our democracy still, to work in that direction. As you probably know, and maybe some of the viewers know, this report has been taken on board by the Commission, and the Commission is now in the process, the last couple of weeks, of the public consultations that have been opened by the Commission on their own proposal. As you know, our Parliament does not have a right of initiative, so we depend on the Commission's goodwill on that, and I'm very happy that the Commission has taken this on board and is preparing their own proposal based on our proposals, which would go in the direction which I think we all share. And these are two things. Number one is putting civil society back on the agenda of the European Union. Civil society is not an annex. Civil society is not something, an add-on. Civil society is an integral part of our democracy. And some would even say is an integral part of our market. And we can discuss that. But I think it's also okay to say that, you know, the construct of the European Union includes naturally actors from the civil society. This is number one, so putting it back on the agenda. Number two is putting it not just back on the agenda in terms of wishing us or wishing the civil society good luck, but in terms of creating regulatory framework that would enable civil society to be more European, but also to be more independent from national governments and member states. And this is these are the 2 points that I think are important to me and important to us. On the one hand, Europeanization of civil society, because if we say that it is about democracy in Europe, we of course need also to strengthen civil society, but also making civil society safe, and the shrinking spaces that were already mentioned. It's not a state of nature, you know, it's not a natural disaster that is unavoidable. Shrinking spaces is men and women made, mostly, because those are those who shrink the spaces. So we need to design good safeguards against this. And our proposal is creating a statute on civil societies, but also introducing minimum standards on how to treat civil societies across Europe, are something that hopefully the European Commission will also reflect on their proposals. And yes, and this is when I come to the issue which goes beyond that. It is not possible to create some regulation without having a strategy, having a strategic overview of where do we want to go with that, what do we want to achieve. And from that perspective, the proposal of a strategy or working plan on civil society, you name it, whatever name you prefer, is of course something that is the foundation of what is going on. And we have, with the report of Anna Donat, also a report from the Liebe Ausschuss, which goes also beyond my proposals. So we have different ways of addressing the issues, but we can only address it in an effective way if we have an underlying strategy and strategic outlook. I have a feeling that the current Commission is open towards those issues. Of course, they see that those issues are not just there in a vacuum. They are connected to the rule of law deficiencies that we've been having. And addressing those issues is probably also kind of a positive agenda within combating those deficiencies. So it's not just about dragging to the court our little authoritarian tyrants sitting in Budapest or elsewhere. It's also about doing our homework. And doing our homework means having a strategy, but also having a legislative framework that enables civil society within Europe across borders. So this is maybe as a first initial statement on how I see it and how this all plays into our common agenda of interested parliamentarians, of the Commission, but also of the civil society, because I see us with all the different functions, which I, of course, respect the differences, we still are, there is one thing in common, and it is our democracy. And this is how we advance our democracy in the European Union, and we have to join forces on that.
Thank you, Sergei. Now I'm going to Ingrid, and I would like to ask her, how does the European Commission approach cooperation with and the support with for the civil society? What are the most important tools and instruments to do this, and what are the experience so far for you with this cooperation?
Thank you very much. I hope you hear me. I'm sorry I can't be in the room today, but the Commission is here. I've been listening to the previous speakers with great interest. And I can confirm that the Commission is indeed listening and is taking the actions that we have set out in the Charter strategy from 2020, where one of the priorities is to empower civil society organizations, rights defenders, and justice practitioners. This is really a shared responsibility, involves many stakeholders, of course the civil society itself, but EU institutions, and of course the national authorities in the member states are crucial to make a comprehensive and a strategic framework, as you say, to move this partnership forward and make sure that the civil society is thriving, protected, and supported. It's also closely linked to, as the previous speaker said, in our democracy, fundamental rights can only be effective in a society with independent courts, informed democratic debate, independent media, and an active civil society. And that's where the link to the rule of law work and the rule of law report is so crucial. As you know, the civil society is part of that review and monitoring in the rule of law report. There have been several recommendations to member states this year in the rule of law report. So I think the Commission is indeed listening, taking action, and it's looking ahead on what we can do in the future, listening to all the contributions that we receive constantly, and notably in the work for the preparation of this year's Charter report, as was mentioned, which is dedicated to the civic space and how it can enhance and protect and make sure that the Charter on Fundamental Rights is applied. This report will be adopted on the 9th of December. And it's actually the first Commission document that is dedicated entirely to the civic space. So it's an important step. It's not the first step, but it's an important step towards the future, and I would say the next mandate of the Commission on how we will reinforce this policy and bring it forward in cooperation with all the stakeholders. This report, I can just briefly outline, I don't have that much time, But we will first of all explain the role and the way civil society organizations and other rights defenders contribute to upholding fundamental rights in the EU. We will go into how the EU and member states protect CSOs and rights defenders. We will address through examples tools and practices that are there to protect, and we will also address challenges that we know in the shrinking space that CSOs are facing. We would also, in a chapter, describe how the EU and member states have mechanisms to support CSOs and rights defenders, notably through funding. And then finally, we will go into how there are measures, initiatives to empower and involve CSOs and rights defenders in policy making. And then the conclusions will, of course, looking ahead, and there we will take into account the outcomes on the Conference on the Future of Europe, of course, and all the reports from the European Parliament, the Economic and Social Committee, and of course the contributions that we have received from so many CSOs themselves, the umbrella organizations, the NHRIs, the equality bodies, and of course from the member states. So this would be a comprehensive report where we would really encourage you to look at how we lay out these issues and help us to move ahead in the follow-up to this report. Because we know, of course, that there are both opportunities and challenges. And I think that the small grassroots organizations are those that struggle the most. So having these three leitmotifs, the support, protection, and empowerment as the theme of the Commission's interventions is important, I think, to have in mind. As you know, there is important increases in the available funds at the EU level through the Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values Program. We have notably, in addition to the normal action grants and operating grants, we have this so-called re-granting scheme now. Of this year, we have selected up 16 projects of about 50 million euros to intermediaries that will channel funding for capacity building on grassroots levels, and that will also be a feature in the future years in this MFF. I can also say in our action grants, I would say that about 50% of all the funding is benefiting directly CSOs. So there is important funding to be available at the EU level. And we also do more legislative initiatives to protect CSOs and rights defenders. For example, the SLAP initiative. We are working on the initiative on standards on equality bodies that will strengthen the role of equality bodies. And as we heard, there will be the initiative also on the cross-border civil society organizations next year. In terms of empowerment, we will, I think, try to improve the way contributions and the consultations and dialogues are held in a more systematic way. There I cannot give specifics here, but that's clearly on our plate, and we will look into that more. But as we heard from previous speakers, we do considerable actions to help and support and protect civil society, but it's not enough. We need to be more strategic and coherent in the approach at the EU level and at the national level in partnership. So I really dialogue, this open dialogue and the debate to be held, and I really thank you for inviting me here today so I can listen as well. And so I invite you to come with us and bring this work forward based on the Charter report that will be issued in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid, and we are looking forward for December to see the report. This is a very good news for us. Now we'll start the second part. We'll try to look a bit on follow-up and future plans and steps. And I would like to give the floor to Vera for the next 4 or 5 minutes to provide us with the main points of the proposal and her opinion on what European Union, European Commission should include in those documents and where the EU civil society at large.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have prepared a draft or a paper that could be taken as a basis for further developing this proposed strategy. Of course, I'm not saying that this is the draft or this is the approach we must take. It's just a proposal for a possible approach. The draft is public. It can be accessed on the website of a Reclaim project called civilspace.eu in English and also in Czech, by the way. And basically what we suggest is, besides providing a definition and the justification why it's important, it would basically be a list of initiatives, steps and measures that has been taken, that are being taken and that could be taken to defend and support civil society on the European level. So basically we see it as a document to review what is already there, what is missing, where are the gaps, and what are the possible measures and instruments that could fill these gaps. This document could be structured in many different ways. Our proposal has 6 chapters, basically following some international expert literature suggestion about what the conditions for a thriving civil space are, meaning the implementation of the freedom of association, the freedom of assembly, the freedom of expression, the right of civil society to work without undue state interference. Dialogue with civil society, as was mentioned before, is a very important element. And of course, finally, support, financial and otherwise, to civil society. But as I say, this is just one possible approach to this document. It could be structured or organized in many different ways. And I think it's good if there are different suggestions, different proposals that could serve as a food for thought for developing the final official version of this civil society plan or strategy or whatever we call it. So I think, I know that many other expert groups and civil society organizations come up with their own suggestions, and I think these could be and are mutually strengthening one another and make clear the demand that this is something where we should move toward. And I was very happy to hear the words from the Commission that there is an openness which we didn't feel some years ago, and I do believe that based on, for example, this on the report on shrinking space and future rule of law reports, we can continue this work and move into the direction of developing this strategy further together.
Thank you, Vera, and let's be optimistic after after today. Alexandrina, from your point of view, what is the state of play now after the State of the Union speech, and what hopes do you have for the coming future?
Okay, so you brought it. Regarding the State of the Union speech, I think it was very important to see that Commission President von der Leyen put democracy center stage of her discourse, and mentioned a lot that we need to fix democracy and we need to maybe renew our democratic systems, look into how they work, but also, most importantly, she made the link between how democracy works and what democracy should deliver for citizens so that it becomes relevant in their daily lives. But then Of course, we were very disappointed to see that civil society as such was not even mentioned in the State of the Union. So we can wonder, how can we save democracy? How can we enact solidarity and build solidarity across the borders without civil society? Now, looking at upcoming perspectives, as I said, I think that we do have processes that provide a good space to work on these issues. The annual rule of law report of the European Commission, it's true that we have been critical on the way that it deals with civil society. We would like to see a specific pillar on civil society or a specific chapter, or at least to see that in the recommendations there is a lot more regarding specific member states where we do know, and the Commission knows, because these threats are highly documented, because this would provide civil society really with some legitimacy, extra legitimacy, to then push their governments to act. And this would provide also the European Commission with a way to contribute to reinforce and to take governments to account for their role and duty to protect civic space. We are also looking at the revision of the European Democracy Action Plan. As I said, we were hoping that civil society also is dedicated a whole pillar in the new, or in the EDAP Reloaded, a specific pillar to look into civic participation beyond elections, to look into all those mechanisms for regular dialogue with civil society, to look and to enable civil society to play its democratic role, including through providing civic education, non-formal learning, and all those activities that do contribute to build the agency of citizens to be active. And also we are looking to see that the current Commission brings out there some building blocks that can be used, set in stone, to be used and reactivated by the next European Commission, because of course we have in mind the European elections in 2 years, and already we are starting thinking that probably elements of the civil society strategy would be elements of a pan-European campaign that we already think to engage all our constituencies into, to have a wider discussion all across member states, to try to bring these elements into the political parties' programs, and then from our side at the European level to bring it into the Spitzenkandidates debates.
Thank you, Alexandrina. I'm going now to Sergei to ask him how the European Parliament can contribute to the process in the coming future, and if you see any next steps.
Yes, thank you. The Parliament would continue its legislative work, and the avenues of legislative work are very clear. We have, number one, we have, of course, the very careful support and a little bit guidance of the rule of law debate. In our monitoring group on rule of law and democracy, this is a subgroup from the LIBE committee, we will be having, for example, on Friday already a meeting about civil society and sources of financing and access to financing and funding. And I am trying to do my best also to inject as many civil society points as possible into those debates. We will be watching, of course, the reports of the Commission, not only in terms of whether, how many times civil society has been mentioned, but what substantially are the topics that are addressed there. And of course have this, and by the way, in our group we have launched a campaign on supporting civil society in various shadings. It also considers, for example, the issue of criminalization of civil society and those who do some activities not to the liking of certain governments. So this is kind of the monitoring component of it. But I think it is important also to have the legislative component, and we are looking forward to the Commission's proposals on, for example, the issues of association statute and minimum standards. This is my report, but also on other issue, and this is the third avenue, is the issue of social economy. And I think it will be important to, on the one hand, differentiate between social economy and civil society as two distinct concepts. I know that the Commission is trying to maybe say, we're dealing with the social economy, thus we're dealing with civil society. No, civil society is a much larger, a more holistic concept. And we should be aware of this, but of course there are also common features, and I think that we will be watching closely also the Commission's attempts to operationalize the concept of social economy and how we can also integrate into the social economy cluster, let's put it this way, the classical civil society concerns and civil society issues. These are, I think, the most important points on that issue. But I would like to add one more thing. We want to see, and I think it is important to see this issue as a global geostrategical fight. And it's not just about NGOs within the European Union. It is also about supporting NGOs, especially in our neighborhood. And I think we should demonstrate that much solidarity to also see that the situation of NGOs and civil society in Turkey or in Belarus or in Russia, especially in Russia, is in a critical situation. And this is also a role for this European Parliament, where we bring kind of a more overarching view on what it is about. And it is about the fight between free spaces, between spaces that enable citizens and civil society on the one hand, and a level of society that is set on authoritarianism and on shrinking those spaces. We will be fighting back. This is, from my perspective, the function of the Parliament as well.
Thank you, Sergei. And mentioning, the civil society from our neighboring area, you mentioned the East, but I would like to highlight also that this contamination, we have it also in the Western Balkans. If you look to Serbia, that we are in the negotiation for enlargement, there are clear signs, that they are following those paths. And we are really worried about civic activists in Belgrade, and the situation is worsening. Now, I know, Sergei, that you might leave at 11:40, so I would like to thank you so much for being with us today and looking forward to see you in Brussels. And I will go to Ingrid now to ask her about the initial attitude and thoughts in the European Commission about our proposal and what we could expect for the future, especially in the view of the Conference for Future of Europe recommendation and proposals from the package on defending democracy. So what would be the next months looking like from European Commission perspective, the next steps?
Yeah, we're finalizing the Charter report now, and we have to decide with Equal Masters what will be the conclusions. That I don't know yet. We have not had that discussion yet. So, but what we are proposing at least is to have a really targeted way forward to really discuss your proposals and the findings that we have presented in the report and go into concrete measures. I think we all know what the issues are. We all share the same concerns. We see the opportunities, and what what concretely in the next few years now to come. That is, I think, what we will at least do. And then picking up, of course, as I already say, on the outcome of the conference on the future of Europe, the participation, as I said, we need to address that and make that better. It's true that the consultations of any Commission initiative involves the consultation with the civil society, but that can be done more strategic. I also think that the democracy element is absolutely crucial, and the previous speakers mentioned the democracy package and the elections coming up. And there, of course, there will be a very important element of the role and contributions of the civil society. But I will not be able today to tell you any concrete plans, because I know what we can propose in my team, but we also need that endorsed by the higher level in the Commission. So, but the only thing I would like to tell you is that we are really aware and share your concerns, and we want to make it as concrete and tangible as possible in the next years with some concrete actions. Thank you.
Ingrid, you know where you find us if you need our our support for the higher level in the European Commission. We'll be happy to do that. We've done the letter that got a lot of signatures for the strategy to be part of the working program. So we'll be very keen to help and coordinate if it's needed. Now I would like to go to you, to the participants, for the next 10-15 minutes for questions and comments. What do you think about this proposal? Is this answering to your needs at the moment? Do you see things differently? So who would like to start, to break the ice? Nobody.
Well, may I take
Please.
one? Sorry, it's just that we will have then discussion in groups, so I guess we will get back to this point as well. But I would like to ask another question about the report that you mentioned that will be issued only or launched in December. And my question is, because we are now, looking at the EU rule of law report as one of the tools where we can raise many issues about the civil society as within the fourth pillar or chapter of this report. And to my understanding, there is one weak point about the report, and that is only recommendation. It does not have real power to force the member states for some changes. So my question, as I am not aware of the second report that you also, Ms. Belander, mentioned, what would be this tool for? How is it created if the civil society inputs are also somehow incorporated in this report? And how it should complement the EU rule of law report, and if it should have much more strength in making the changes towards improving the civic space. Thank you for the answer.
Ingrid, I think the questions was addressed to you, so please feel free to.
Yeah, I think that the rule of law report is an instrument, a real policy instrument, without going into repressive and legislative means to force member states. It's a policy tool to have a dialogue with member states to push them to improve the rule of law situation. So that is, as you know, the annual report with the monitoring mechanism connected to that. This charter report is what we have, the annual report on the application of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. It's been there since, I think, 2010. And previously was covering all charter rights, but since the past 2 years it's a thematic report. So we choose to make this year's report on the civic space to really highlight and emphasize the role and the contributions that civil society does to both EU and national policy making, and in the protection and promotion of fundamental rights. So it's not a monitoring mechanism like the rule of law report, but we hope that that will continue in a more targeted way, a debate and a consultation and dialogue with stakeholders to really feed into hopefully a future policy, more coherent policy in this area. So the two are complementary, but it's not the same thing.
Thank you, Ingrid. If there is another question in the room, Peter, and then we have a gentleman there. Please.
Thank you. My question goes basically to the interaction between the European and national level, because the idea for European civil society strategy or plan is clear in terms of basically helping to empower, engage, support and protect the civil society organizations on the European level. So there will be discussions how to build on the existing documents, how to link it with the programs that are in the making or already in place, and how to use the mechanisms that EU had wide to basically achieve this. My question is, and we discussed it also in the previous meeting, is what kind of bearing this should have on the national level. So basically the expectations or the effect of the strategy should be for national governments or parliaments or other actors on the national level, or whether we'll basically try to stay away from this kind of impact, hoping that the combined effects on the EU level will somehow trickle down and find their own ways how to support civil societies in the national context. Thank you.
We'll take another question, your question, and then I'll give the floor to the panelists.
Hi, I'm Paul from the Open Government Partnership. A question for anybody, really. I'm interested in the connection between the subject of civil society participation and the wider public or citizen participation theme. And I'm just wondering if you see these two things, which I guess self-evidently should be complementary. Are they running slightly on parallel tracks? Are they sufficiently coming together as a kind of a united conversation about structural reform within the EU? For example, a couple of people referenced the recommendations of the Conference on the Future of Europe, which has some recommendations particularly oriented towards citizen participation. So I'm just wondering what your reflections are on whether the conversations about how civil society organizations should be involved in policymaking versus how ordinary citizens should be involved, and how can we make sure that we make the most of both of these kinds of participation?
Thank you. Vera, would you like to start?
Yes, thanks. We just shared the task with us, between us, so I will take the first question from Peter on how the European strategy and national level strategies could relate. To be absolutely honest, when we started thinking about the European strategy, we didn't really think about this aspect. However, the proposals that are out there are mostly talking about measures and steps that could be taken by the European institutions themselves. So European legislation, support by the European Commission, internal procedures for participation in the work of the European institutions. In some of the issues or some of the concrete areas, it sometimes tackles issues happening on the member state level. For example, one suggestion is that the Commission should monitor more strongly the EU funds under shared management and how civil society can participate in those. But it doesn't really contain any suggestions for the national level. However, I think if there is an open-minded government, unlike ours, that is intent on developing a national civil society strategy. It could be taken as a source of inspiration, but as I say, it doesn't really have any direct bearing on what's happening on the national level. I don't know if that's an answer.
Okay, so maybe to bring some elements of answers to your question, and thank you for posing it, because if you didn't, I think I would have brought the topic into discussion. This is a subject that is very, let's say, breaking news, particularly, for example, in the context of the conference on the future of Europe. What we see nationally is that often, if there's a tension between these two forms of participation, it's not because civil society as such would see it not as complementary, but rather that governments more and more get into direct participation, which often takes form of populism, if we could call it institutional populism, because it's easier then to have a proper dialogue with trade unions and civil society on really technical and policy issues, where these organizations could really have expertise to drive policies. So while direct democracy is a mechanism to reinforce representative democracy, it is often used by governments and sometimes also at the EU level, unfortunately, to sideline organized bodies in our societies that should play a checks and balance role in the democratic processes. So I brought into the discussion the conference on the future of Europe, because while it was an extraordinary, at least wishful exercise of deliberative democracy, unfortunately, it remained quite confidential. Of course, not for the 800 citizens that were randomly selected to participate in the exercise and to meet over several citizens' panels and plenaries in the European Parliament, but for the general population as such. And then, even in that setting of the Conference on the Future of Europe, the question arose that who are those citizens, and when they come to speak up, on behalf of whom they speak. This is a similar question that we've been asked as civil society constantly by national or institutions at all levels, national, local, regional, who you are and who do you represent. And I think that over the last decades, civil society as such made huge progress in terms of alliance building and horizontal cooperation to create structures that we can consider as civil society representative, be it national platforms of NGOs across the sectors and across the countries and at the European level, like we created Civil Society Europe, and all other alliances and forms that unite civil society to speak with one voice. But unfortunately, we don't have enough recognition, and this is also part of our civil society strategy, because somehow we've been campaigning on these issues for nearly 20 years. And it's a bit pity that 20 years after we are still in this room calling for civil dialogue. It means that there is dissatisfaction. It means probably that we are simply not speaking the same language with the institutions, because we have in front of us nice institutions and nice representatives who acknowledge the role of civil society, like it happened in the morning, like it happens actually in every setting. There's not an issue of lack of understanding, but there's an issue of what policies then we put in place in order to tackle these challenges. And probably the current mechanisms are not enough. So we really hope that with the strategy, not only we will look to revise and to fill the gaps of current mechanisms, but really to create some new, to reinvent ourselves and our democracies, so that 10 years after we will not find ourselves in the same situation where we call for the same things like 20 years before.
Thank you, Alexandrina. I recall last night discussions of the cigarette about the citizens panel and ESC and organized civil society. Ingrid, do you have any thoughts on these issues that were raised from the room?
Yeah, I think the last point was very important, and I can only speak from personal experience, having worked in different areas in the Commission in many years. I think that every initiative we have always consulted civil society organizations, and always taken that into account. And I think you really put it really well, that it's not always easy to see how in different sectors there would be one voice that covers every sector. So that is probably the difficulty here. How can we together create a channel that it's not sector specific, but it's more broad and would maybe focus on the values, democracy, the fundamental rights aspects, without also excluding on your side civil society organizations that are maybe not labeled as such a fundamental rights focusing civil society organizations. So I don't know, that's a little bit what I personally would like to hear also from your demands. How could that work in practice? Because there is not one voice from the civil society, obviously, because there are many different angles and many different aspects to every policy initiative. So that would also be very interesting to hear.
Yes, I think this is a complex issue to solve. As I said, civil society did huge progress in the last years to coordinate and to unite in order to be able to come in front of the institutions. Maybe I didn't use the right word, not with a single voice, but with a common voice, because as you said, it's true that I don't even think that we aim inside civil society to speak with one voice. We really need to speak with our diversities of voice. But I think we do need institutions to be able to identify voices that could be representative of what civil society is. Those voices, of course, probably being part of a European network, we would think that European networks are created actually from a bottom-up initiative precisely to represent and to carry the voice of civil society transnationally, and to be there to interact with the European institutions. So it's a horizontal desire of civil society across borders. And I think that it would be needed from the institutions in the next phase to do a mapping exercise of all existing forms of representation at European level. And as I said, Civil Society Europe is a body that has been created precisely to facilitate that kind of exercise. We never claimed inside Civil Society Europe, for example, that we are the only body or the most representative. There are other groups. There are groups also that are informal, and we should also be able to reach out to those groups. But I think that there's really need to do a lot more than pick and choose, because somebody said in the morning panel that dialogue happens, well, it was in the example of the Czech Republic, according to the specificities or the knowledge of the different agencies in the government. And we could say the same about the European Commission, but it shouldn't be like this. There should be harmonized guidelines or codes of conduct that should be applied by every agency in the government, and there should be accountability mechanisms to oversee those processes. So it shouldn't be let at the willingness or the knowledge, or simply, and then it comes to the knowledge of specific services, of specific civil society groups. We cannot blame them that they don't do more while there are no mechanisms in place to help them to do more, mapping exercises and identification of civil society. We were also looking at the Sergei Lagodinsky initiative, legislative initiative, as maybe creating a favorable ground to do such an identification exercise. Maybe if we have a label of what a European association means, that it would be easier to identify those actors. In any case, you can count on civil society to do this mapping exercise.
Vera, please.
Maybe just one quick point to add. I think, yes, civil society is very diverse. And when we talk about the different, let's say, thematic issues, be them environment or social issues or whatever, there are organizations that work on those specific subjects and speak on those specific subjects, and they have their networks and cooperations. But I think here we are talking about a horizontal subject that is the enabling environment for civil society. And I think we should take it as, let's say, a separate issue or an overarching issue, which of course is important for all of civil society, but it's different than the individual topics and subjects the organizations work on. There are some organizations, such as European Civic Forum or Civil Society Europe, that devote to the issue of enabling space and civil society as a separate topic. And I think we should kind of keep this as a separate issue, in a sense that we should focus on this one and not to get muddled up in the thematic subjects and thematic topics. I don't know if that was clear.
It was clear, and what we are trying at national level, Ingrid, is to mirror this process. So basically in Romania, the organization that I work for, Civil Society Development Foundation, with the money from the European Economic Area, in the last 10 years we created separate calls and tools to support a national umbrella organization in different fields. For instance, we achieved after 20 years to have the social platform also in Romania, that it's a member of the European social platform. So it's a process from the national level, sometimes from the local, national, and then the European level. And this is the structured civil society, and what we ask is a structured dialogue and, you know, a strategic approach in place in order to support it, because otherwise, if we don't have it, you know, this tendency in the region and in the neighboring region of the European Union, it's really, let's say, dangerous. It has a contagious effect, I would call it. If it's happening in one member state, countries always this unfriendly government, they are trying to copy-paste the legislation and the regulation, so they have the recipe always there. And then it's important for us to act together, to be solidar, but to have also the tools and the backing of Brussels in what we are doing. We still have 3 minutes, and I will pose a last question. It's mid-October. We still have 2 months and a half for the Czech presidency, and I would like to ask the panelists and our colleagues from Glopolis, if they want to jump in, you know, what we could achieve and do more in these 2 months and a half that remain for the presidency in terms of the strategy for civil society. Any idea? Who would like to Okay.
Well, thank you. It's difficult to say, and the reason why it's difficult to say is that, as we said before, of the major EU institutions, the Council is the least accessible for civil society. So we have the least contact and the least, let's say, influence about what's happening in the Council. And the presidency could be or is an important channel to the Council. So what I would say in, let's say, general terms is that especially after today, that the presidency keeps this issue on the agenda, keeps it warm, so to say, and makes sure that civil society as such is on the agenda not only of the Commission, the Parliament, but also of the Council. Sorry, I was quite vague, but at this point, this is what I could come up with. Thank you.
Yeah, I could only echo. I think that I've never seen civil society on the agenda of a European Council. So I don't know if it's a wishful thinking, but it would be good also because these recommendations, including civil society strategy, civil dialogue, are part of the recommendations that are coming from the Conference on the Future of Europe. Today's Council is looking at the situation, and we know that we are far from a consensus in the Council on the very way to follow up to the Conference on the Future of Europe. I don't think that we need treaty change to do more and better for civil society, so at least we are on the safe side. And if the Czech government can champion these issues, if they are not on the agenda, a lot can be done in the lobby talks. So if you can lobby on your government to be more proactive and to champion our issues into the informal discussions, I think it would be very important also for the Commission to have a sign from the Council that, yes, they can be on board on these issues.
Ingrid, would you like to add something, please?
Yeah, I think I could announce that we have a very good collaboration with the Czech presidency. We will have Commissioner Reinders presenting the Charter report on the civic space in the Justice Council on the 9th of December. It's the day before the Human Rights Day. So that is already agreed, and I really hope that the Czech presidency will give a lot of visibility to this report. And then we all also know with the talks we have with the Swedish incoming presidency that they're very keen on this topic. I'm not going to announce their program because they haven't done it yet themselves, but there will be a follow-up from their side as well to our report. So I think that this is a topic that at least the current presidency and the incoming presidencies will find very important.
Thank you, Ingrid. We are now, yes, Peter.
Maybe one more thing, and Vera alluded to earlier. I think that we might not get the agenda of civil society on the table of the European Council, but what will definitely be there is the agenda about the Article 7 infringement. And we've just heard news that actually Poland now is facing also the first, wave of sanctions, possible sanctions for its messing up with the justice system. So I think that this is going to be led by the Czech presidency. We'll have a financial ministers meeting probably while the infringements will be discussed. So on behalf of the Czech civil society, we start discussing basically this issue and try to support also these wider pro-democracy processes, not just focusing on the civil society per se, but the general democratic space that I think we are an important part of. And maybe from that, I mean, there can be some more measures taken and get to more specific agenda on the civil society.
Thank you, dear colleagues, and congrats for this event. Thank you for bringing us together. It was 2019 in Bucharest. It was 2021, I think, with our colleagues from Slovenia. It's now with you, and thank you, Ingrid, for sharing this information. We are looking forward for our Swedish colleagues to take it over. I think it's a good aim to have at least once a year during one presidency such a debate, and we should keep the flame. Thank you for being with us today. We'll keep you updated on what will happen with the next 2 months and a half with our colleagues from Glopolis, and from our side, looking forward for the report and the hopefully good news from Brussels. So thank you to all of you, and thank you again so much for making this possible. We are very grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much also to Brussels and to Ingrid for joining us, and have a good day. And yes, I would like to announce the lunch break. We are on time, which is really a miracle. Thank you very much, Jonut. We should call you much earlier. Oh, sorry, David, you were great. You did a good job during all days. So please enjoy your lunch, and we will meet in 1 hour. And please use Slido. It's my fault that I've not been really promoting it well, but Slido with the hashtag democracy together is a space where anybody also from the online can pose comments, questions, and even though we will not manage sometimes to get them through here in this hall, we can still get back to the interesting comments and respond also later after the conference. So enjoy your lunch. It's again at No Catering. So feel free to be in Prague, but also with the tastes of the world. So enjoy. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for the last panel discussion, and I believe it will be very interesting because it's varied from the constitution of the panel, but also the perspectives that each of the guests is going to share with us. And this panel is about really sharing the experience of strategic cooperation between the state and civil society organizations and their networks at different levels, at national but also at the European level. And I have the pleasure to give the floor to our last very distinguished moderator, Pavel Trantina, who is a member of the committee of the European Union of the Government Council for NGOs, but also a former member of the European Economic and Social Committee, and has really great experience in developing different networks and processes at the EU, but also national level. Thank you, Pavel.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for a very kind introduction. We have come to the most tricky part of every conference, and that's the final panel after lunch. You know what happens during that time? Part of the participants escape, and the other part falls asleep. So I'm grateful to all of you who stayed with us, and the majority of you stayed. This is a good sign that this conference is going well, and we'll do our best not to put you asleep as well. So we'll try to encourage the discussion. Let me start by introducing the idea of this panel, which is to introduce different practices and different experience from European countries, but also different stakeholders. So besides the guests from the civil society organizations, the usual suspects, you would say, we are happy to have also guests from the donor community and from the Czech office of the government. So we hope that actually they will share their concrete and tangible experience and ideas on the cooperation between the public administration and civil society. And in building the resilient and democratic society. We hope that this panel will really stimulate cooperation and recognize the role of civil society. And it is now my pleasure to welcome the distinguished panelists. We have four in person and one should be online, hopefully. So I'll start with Frank Heuberger from the BBE National Network for Civil Society in Germany. Yes, do not hesitate to clap. It's an encouragement, and then actually, but you can clap at the end as well. But as an incentive, let's take it like that. Online, we should have Anna Grudzinska from OFOP. I don't know if Anna is with us.
Here.
Wonderful. Welcome, and I hope you are feeling well. Glad to have you at least online. Anna comes from OFOP, from the National Federation of Polish NGOs. Then we have Liv Harnes Kvanvik from Norway. Yes, you can clap as well. Liv is the head of Freedom and Religion of Belief section in the Norwegian Helsinki Committee. Then from the donor sector, we have Roy Vira Somi, who is the program manager of Civitates from the network of European foundations. Welcome. And last but not least, sitting in the middle, Alexandra McGee, who is our great collaborator from the Office of the Government, the head of the Department of the Secretariat of the Government Council for NGOs of the Czech Republic. Now, we'll start with the usual way, and this is the introductions. I would love to give a space to each and every one of you to present yourself and your organization first, so we know what is your experience in the field, and then we'll start with the debate. And I know that Frank has a presentation, so I'll kindly ask you to begin with that, to take the floor here. And we are very much looking forward to hear what is your experience and what are you doing?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. Well, I have to start with a compliment to the NGO and civil society here in the Czech Republic. I was listening through my German perspective for the last 2 days, and especially also yesterday, to all the speakers, and I'm absolutely thrilled how supportive the NGOs here in the Czech Republic are. I think the Czech government can be very, very happy to have such great civil society organizations on their side, and I have no idea why they shouldn't really support them more and collaborate and partnership with them more. I was really, from my German perspective, I was quite thrilled. So, having said this, before I tell you a little bit about the ups and downs, the pros and cons of how we were able to establish a relatively good strategic partnership with the German government, locally and also nationally, I will just tell you a few words about who we are. I'm actually a sociologist by training, but I was working for the last 15 years of my, let's say, of my career with the state chancellery. I was the advisor of the minister president of the federal state of Rhineland-Palatinate. So I was also, as a civil servant, serving for 15 years in the field of, well, supporting foundations, democracy development and so forth. So I know also a little bit the side of the administration and the government and also of the academic world. So I should press this here. I was told the pressing doesn't do anything. Maybe I should do it this way. No, this way. Maybe this way.
No, it is.
Okay, one backwards. Okay. So I don't want to read everything to you. This is actually what the BBE is doing. We are the biggest network in Germany. We were founded about 20 years ago. We are going to celebrate our 20th birthday next year, and this is actually our aims. I think we are quite diversified. I will show you in a... So here, one of our major achievements was that relatively early on in our career, we developed what's called the first National Volunteer Week, or a Volunteer Week. And so we do this since 2004. And this is a campaign we do every year in recognition for volunteering, and it developed very well and had a very strong impact in Germany. I'll tell you a little bit later on. And the Federal Ministry for Family, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, they have already developed in 2009 a national strategy of civic engagement. We were talking a little earlier about a potential European strategy for civic engagement, and we tried it on 2009, and the BBE has organized a national forum for engagement and participation, but to tell you the truth, it failed. It failed completely, and it failed because the national government was trying to launch this engagement strategy just for two simple reasons. One was to find foundations, especially many smaller so-called citizens foundations, as money givers to the civil society. And the second was that they tried to introduce companies with a relatively strong approach toward corporate social responsibility to be also the money givers to the civil society. And both did not really materialize. There was a small window of opportunity around 2009, 2010, when there were a kind of a national approach for what we called a new social contract. So to have more citizens, more companies opening up, becoming more responsibly engaged into let's say, the social life and also in support of the civil society. But in the very end, it turned out to be more window dressing than that it really manifests itself as something. what we could count on. So what's the peculiarity of our network? We are a tri-sectoral network, which is in a way unique. Predominantly our members are from the third sector. Second is also federal and community institutions, but also some business, some bigger and smaller business, for example, like the Deutsche Telekom. They are really supportive. There are, let's say, about 20, 30 bigger companies which have a strong approach toward corporate social responsibility, so we are happy to have them with us and can really discuss in a relatively unideological way in the beginning what we want to achieve and to have them supporting here. These are about, we have now about 286 members. I don't want to go through this, how we are internally organized. This is not really of interest. Very important are our working groups. These are working groups which were established in the last couple of years, and they work still at the moment, but maybe it will change in the next few years, that there will be some other working groups. So they are in the heart of what we are doing together with our 286 members. So we have about 30 million volunteers at the moment, and during this National Engagement Week, about 15,000 actions and events take place. The federal president is usually the patron of the week, and the campaign is sponsored by the Ministry of Ministry of Families, Women and Youth, and also the second German television is our official media partner. So this is what the background of our organization looks like. But what are the tools? What are the tools which really helped us to establish a permanent cooperation with the government? First is, and if this does not exist in the Czech Republic, I would really urge you to do this. Every 5 years we have a huge survey on volunteerism. So it's a survey on the volunteers, and this gives you an excellent insight of the entire structure of the volunteer and the civil society sector in your country every 5 years. So you see how this really proceeds, how it develops, how is it divided between the agenda, between age group, what they are really doing, what they are looking for, what kind of help do they need, what have they achieved over years, and so on and so forth and so on. These are very, very important data you can really work with and you need. Second is also the figures on the structural change of the non-profit associations in Germany. We have about 600,000 non-profit organizations in Germany, and they really do tremendous work, and you really should know what they are doing in order to support them and to have them. Next thing is that we established this engagement week, I said already, and then it's very important to find a good media partnership for promoting what you're doing to the wider public is really crucial. So if you don't have media partnership, really look for it. It's really important. So these are maybe the last three I tell you because we had intensive discussion, and I think today or yesterday it came also. We also talked a little bit about compacts, about framework agreements, and code of good conduct and code of good practice, and so forth. We did this also for many, many years, but honestly, it did not work. I know England has a compact, France had a compact. A couple of years ago, Sweden developed a social code of conduct, and the most advanced one comes from the Council of Europe. It's a code of good practice for civil participation. All these are framework agreements for the cooperation between the state and the government and the civil society sector. But to tell you the truth, it did not really work well, at least not in our case. I'm not sure if it would work with you, but just to tell you this. The last thing is, almost the last thing is, well, you probably know that Article 11 from the Lisbon Treaty since 2009, also with the strong support of the Economic and Social Committee, we try to implement this Article 11. This Article 11 calls for a permanent open dialogue between the civil society and the institution of the EU. It did not manifest. Since 2009, we had many, many approaches, big support from the economic and social economy. It is not implemented yet. So also something really to work on. And now, and this is now what we are doing in the moment in Germany, the coalition, you know that we have now a tri-party coalition. It's not even a year old. they have in their coalition contract, they want to develop a national engagement strategy, almost like the European engagement strategy. I don't know if it will really work out well, but together with the National Democracy Promotion Act. Even in Germany, or also in Germany, the problem of shrinking space, the problem with the rising right-wing development of a right-wing movement, not only the AfD, but also outside the AfD. So even also in Germany, democracy is under threat. So with a big consultation process on the National Democracy Promotion Act, together with the engagement strategy, if this package would really materialize, I think then the German civil society would be safe for the future, and it may also be a spillover, or it could have a spillover effect to other European countries. So that's for now. Everything else I'm happy to answer you. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Frank. As a recently appointed European Ambassador for Volunteering, I was delighted to hear about the strong focus you have on volunteering, and actually hearing that volunteering was standing right at the beginning of your joint efforts. So I'm definitely looking forward to discuss this more in depth. But now it's time for Anna from Poland. Anna, I will kindly ask you also to introduce yourself and OFOP and what you are doing in this respect of strategic cooperation between the state and CSOs. So over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm very sorry for not being able to come to Prague. Unfortunately, I've been grounded by COVID, so I couldn't make it. So I prepared a few notes. I don't have a presentation, but I prepared a few notes to sound coherent despite my condition. So I will be talking mainly, unfortunately, about the challenges in cooperation with the government that we face in Poland at the moment. My role I'm part of the European program of OFOP. OFOP is the organizations I'm coming from is the national, the translation is we are the National Federation of Polish NGOs. So we are a federation. We have more than 100 members, but really our member organizations are also networks. So we are basically a network of networks. So we represent basically thousands of NGOs in Poland, and they come, there are very different types of NGOs. There are watchdogs, there are CSOs focusing on third sector advocacy, human rights, social inclusion, environmental protection, national heritage, community organizing. This is just to give you a few examples. So what I'm going to do now, I will try to give you a few examples on the situation in Poland, the general background, what the situation in Poland is when it comes to the cooperation between state and civil society, and then I will move on maybe to give you sort of 3 examples of 3 areas where we are trying to maintain participation of civil society actors and engagement with the government. This is obviously not easy at the moment in Poland. We all know probably that since the Law and Justice Party came to power in 2015, there has been a steady decline in democratic standards of governments, and definitely a significant disregard of EU values. So we face many challenges at the moment. Obviously, the most problematic aspect is the overhaul of the justice system and the introduction of the disciplinary chamber of the Supreme Court, which is designed to exert political control within the justice system. But obviously, so it will give you maybe 3 examples to give you a taste of the situation at the moment between government and third sector. So basically, one of the examples I could give is the establishment of the infamous LGBTQI+ free zones, which means areas in Poland where the local government decided to basically legalize discriminatory measures against LGBTQ community, which obviously translated to cooperation with the sector of NGOs. In 2021, the government basically criminalized assistance to refugees along Polish-Belarusian border by introducing a state of emergency zone where any activities of NGOs were strictly prohibited. So in this border strip area with Belarus, activists face intimidation campaigns for their relief work while intervening in this ongoing humanitarian crisis. This can be searches, detention, even brutality. In contrast, the government relies heavily on NGOs to mitigate the impacts of the war in Ukraine along the border with Ukraine. So where organizations provide assistance, and more broadly in Poland at the local level where NGOs are often the only actor offering support and integration. So this gives you this is background. And all this has not only a huge impact on state institutions, but obviously directly impacts legal and political conditions under which all Polish NGOs, including my organization, the National Federation of Polish NGOs, operate. So all these measures contribute to shrinking civic space, and NGOs face situations where their permanent mobilization is necessary, but their resources are constantly being drained. So at the same time, for instance, funding resources are increasingly being cut off for activities that are not politically accepted by the ruling party. So this is obviously a challenge, and this is why currently we focus our work on 3 areas. First one is supporting the dialogue of NGOs with local government in order to strengthen civil society organizations' resilience, that is their financial and operational capacity, given that the level of involvement in supporting the refugees from Ukraine is huge and it's a heavy burden. So we organized a round table, for instance, co-organized a round table with local government. We produce this huge book. This is 300 pages of recommendations, for the local government. So that is one area where we are engaged. Then we are trying as OFOP to secure access to funding for the whole NGO sector from the EU funds. So from the technical assistance, from the FS Plus programs and in the regional programs as well. And we are in particular worried about CSOs working in the field of human rights and rule of law. So this is where our attention is at the moment. Third, we are trying to make sure that civil society has a say in the way funding from the new EU perspective for 2021-27 will be spent. And for instance, one of our interventions was the organization of public hearings. And the other is we are trying to push for the involvement of CSOs representatives in the working of monitoring committees of the various EU-funded programs, obviously including the national recovery and resilience plans. The challenges that we see are attempts by the government to marginalize independent CSO voices by basically creating effectively an echo chamber, especially when it comes to direct engagement with government or within the so-called public participation, as officials generally prefer to engage with organizations that directly support its policies. They can be gongos, but they're not necessarily gongos only. But these organizations are either created or supported by the government, so that shrinks the space for independent CSOs and makes it rather more difficult to engage with the government. This is why OFOP insists at the moment on maintaining the participation. We're campaigning for it and trying to sort of gather forces to maintain the participation of representatives of CSOs in programming, implementation and monitoring of EU funds to make sure that the money is not spent, for instance, in violation of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Examples can be, financing of discriminatory practices or greenwashing. And this is something that we are trying to prevent. What is helpful here, and our biggest allies, obviously, the European Commission and the European Code of Conduct on Partnership, which sets out the basic principles of dialogue and participation. So by employing EU regulations, OFAP managed to convince the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, for instance, to organize the series of public hearings I was talking about regarding the National Recovery and Resilience Plans and the new programming perspective. And the point was not only to voice concerns about the way that the money is allocated, but more importantly, to show that civil society is strong and has the capacity to monitor and assess the process of funding implementation. So during the hearings, we received more than, just for the recovery and resilience plan, more than 2,500 recommendations from experts, local actors, trade union and social partners. So definitely a very helpful aspect here is EU law. And based on EU regulatory framework, we have an equal standing with business and social partners. Hence, the government is obliged to speak to CSOs and include them in processes related to programming and implementation of EU programs and policies. But our main concern is that the monitoring processes of the EU funds could be jeopardized in the future. We have, therefore, to insist on clear and straightforward rules when it comes to the way members of the committees are elected. So far, the process of appointment of the candidates to the monitoring committee of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan has been changed 2 times, leading to appointees being rejected twice. So although the process is transparent and independent, the government is not accepting its results. So this is why we are concerned that at the end of the day, our role within the body would be considerably weakened. And this is why we are now focusing and concentrating on making sure that CSOs, independent CSOs, actually will be elected to monitoring committees, because this is also a good platform for developing further cooperation could be actually a good platform for developing a further cooperation with the government. I think this is just to give you a general overview of our focus at the moment.
Thank you very much, Anna. You definitely deserve an applause. Not only for your very comprehensive presentation, but also, I can't stop being amazed how able are you to operate and to encourage the activities of citizens in the NGOs, despite the difficult conditions you are in. We'll definitely get back to some of the issues that you raised, because hopefully in some other countries we have some ideas for solutions. That does not mean that actually I'm turning to Liv to give us the solutions, but rather I would like to ask you, as the director of the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom and Religion or Belief, you have the cooperation and partnership with political partners as a daily bread substance of your work. How could you see it, and what concrete learning you can share with us from this perspective?
I think I'll also say a little bit about the Norwegian Helsinki Committee, which is sort of the main reason why I'm here, and then link that to the freedom of religion or belief work. I've saved the kind of content of what we do for some follow-up questions, so I can just present the organization and the network I'm heading. So let me start with the Norwegian Helsinki Committee. Despite our name, we're based in Oslo, Norway. I think that's important to say because not everyone is aware of this organization. And the NHC is a non-governmental organization working to ensure that human rights are respected in practice. And we do this through monitoring, reporting, competence building, documentation, and also democracy support. So the Norwegian Helsinki Committee was established in 1977 and takes its name after the Helsinki Security and Human Rights Agreement from 1975, which is also the origins of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe today. I myself have worked for the Norwegian Helsinki Committee now for 4 years, but it's approaching almost 20 years of experience working with human rights from the university sector, governmental institutions, and now almost 10 years in civil society. The Norwegian Helsinki Committee works on quite a wide range of human rights issues, but freedom of religion and belief is one of them. So I'm head of a center working on freedom of religion and belief, which includes a parliamentary network, a secretariat for a parliamentary network of committed individual parliamentarians who are engaged in advancing and working on issues related to freedom of religion or belief. This means the right to not just religion, but thought and conscience and religion. So it's important to say that whole spectrum. In that capacity, we do engage directly with competence building for and with parliamentarians. So we actually invite them to trainings. We facilitate direct interactions between parliamentarians and civil society actors. And into this mix, we also bring academic and experts, UN special procedures and mandate holders on relevant human rights areas for fruitful discussions and dialogues in kind of safe spaces where we can talk about, at times, some quite politically tensions issues. I think religion and politics in many countries today have reached a level where debate and dialogue is definitely needed. So that's sort of my role and my entry into this work. Should I go into experiences now, or I kind of save that for later questions?
I think that actually some brief description of the experiences so far would be really good starter for the further debate.
I think that, so the Norwegian Helsinki Committee, I think I'll go back to some of the experiences from the Norwegian context, because I think bringing into this conversation here, I think actually it's more the experiences from the Norwegian Helsinki context in Norway that really makes sense to share. And then I can obviously bring in the parliamentary work as well, which do involve parliamentarians in Norway as well, with which we do have a good dialogue. The Norwegian Helsinki Committee in the Norwegian context, first of all, is the secretariat of a network called the NGO Forum for Human Rights. It brings together around 40 human rights organizations and actors in Norway that hold regular meetings and can jointly then approach authorities, political leadership, with various human rights issues that they want to bring to their concern. This network also actually monitors the human rights situation in Norway, for instance, providing inputs to and also developing shadow reports that are submitted to, for instance, the Universal Periodic Review of Norway and how it's doing in the human rights field at the UN level. So there's constant engagement with various issues at the national level as well. In addition, together with other organizations, the Norwegian Helsinki Committee has put on the national agenda the situation for national minorities in Norway, including our indigenous Sami population. Together with other organizations, the NHC has called for instance, a truth commission to be established and participates in advocacy on inclusion and representation of national minorities at both in society and political life at large. There will also be a new report published on hate speech against national minorities this year in November, as far as I know. So those are experiences that I think are positive experiences. I also know that, so the head of my organization, together with the heads of 4 other organizations, big ones in Norway, which include Amnesty International Norway, which does not receive government funding, the odd one out, but joins together with other large human rights organizations. They call themselves, what we call them, the Gang of 5, These 5 heads, all very vocal individuals, also coordinate, have regular informal meetings, but then do approach and ask for meetings with political leadership at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for instance, to raise various issues of concern. So, for instance, when Norway was in the Security Council, etc., that there will be specific issues which they will call to attention. So I think, having reflected a little bit on some of the issues raised here, I think we can talk more about that. But the Norwegian context, I find still, I think we all need to guard the civil space that we have gained, whether it is shrinking or whether we don't necessarily see it immediately shrinking. But I do think that in the Norwegian context, civil society plays a prominent role. As someone who's worked in the civil society sector now for almost 10 years, I think I'd say we do feel respected. We are included into quite very important processes. Last week, I submitted, together with a colleague, a response to a new proposal in Norway, which basically proposes a ban on conversion therapy of LGBTI plus people. This is the second round public hearing we've had on this, on a law that might be emerging. Again, inputs from civil society, from very many stakeholders are taken into account. As head of the Freedom of Religion Belief work in the Helsinki Committee, I'm also now involved in a working group helping the ministry to draft their guidelines on how to work on religious minorities and freedom of religion belief issues, which is supposed to be a guide for employees at embassies abroad, Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs at home, and also our Directorate for Development Cooperation. So to share some positive experiences, that doesn't mean that everything is perfect in any country. I think that we've managed to gain a place where we are seen as resource people, taken seriously, invited in for inputs and dialogue, and where there is space to also provide constructive criticism when issues are at stake. Yeah, thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing with us these examples, because they show how you can contribute to that cooperation between the state and the NGOs. Moving on to Roy, presenting the donor community with us. Well, Civitates has a good overview on examples of the role of civil society and the cooperation from member states, but also from the agenda at the EU level. Because, if I'm not mistaken, you're based in Brussels. Yes. Could you please also introduce why you, as Civitates, have been supporting civil society coalitions, and specifically those who are working in the public affairs, of course, and interacting on or partnering with state administration and decision makers. And we would also be interested in hearing about the impact and effect that you can see over the time that the Civitates partners have been striving for building resilient democracy. I know this is a topic for 1 hour long lecture, but if you could sum it up in 5 minutes, or at least some points, that would be very interesting for us.
Thanks a lot. We'll just go straight to the impact, and but perhaps if we start with what Civitates is in itself, it originated from this idea that civil society is a pillar of democracy. There's no democracy without civil society, without the participation of civil society in the democratic process. Then it's just elections. It's just the tyranny of the majority, and we just wait 5 years and move on, right? So that's what brought around 20 foundations that are committed to democracy to basically come together and do something together on democracy in Europe and on strengthening civil society. So it developed into separating our work into three areas. One which is focused on civic space and supporting and strengthening civil society. That's where the coalition building work comes in, or supporting coalitions of civil society organizations. Then there's also a line of work on what we call the digital public sphere. So how information is shared and consumed in the digital world, and then how does that affect democracy? And I'll get to that in terms of the EU agenda a bit later. And then we also support independent public interest journalism, which some might argue the media is also part of civil society. At least we definitely think that it is, and a cornerstone of a functioning democracy. Now, if we talk about good examples, or I won't talk about impact because, yeah, let's not get into that debate. But I'll talk perhaps about the contribution that civil society has played in the digital field, right? So there's a lot of legislative proposals, like now it's been approved, but the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the AI Act, there's a regulation on the transparency of political advertising. I won't go into the details of these, but all of these pieces of EU legislation have they attempt to regulate how the digital public sphere, how the online world functions, and how it can function in a pro-democratic way. Again, paraphrasing, going in, I have 5 minutes, but we also see that civil society has contributed greatly into not just shouting about the problems of like privacy, of like use of data, but disinformation and so on, but coming up with solutions that would actually make the online world more democratic. If we think about, if there was not civil society there, we would have had industry. I have nothing against the tech industry, let's make that clear, but private companies that have, rightly so, their profit in mind, and then on the other side, governments that are trying to address the problem, right, with their only counterpart being the industry. So, and that's where civil society comes in. That's a very concrete example where we had groups that have invested in research, in explaining the problem, despite the very kind of black box situation where we had companies collecting data and not really giving out how the algorithm functions and how this affects our society. So that's one example, and the fact that these laws are on the table today, some of them have been passed, some of them are still being discussed, is a good example of like why we need civil society to be in this debate. Perhaps one last thing that I want to say is like that just brings us to ideas like this European civil society strategy, but also the duties of governments and the EU institutions to not just create or support, but to make sure that there is an enabling environment for civil society, just like there is an independent judiciary, just like all these as a pillar of democracy, basically.
Thank you. You managed to achieve the unachievable, to sum up the main topics. And now, last but not least, the domestic panelists, Alexandra. We hope that you could present how the Czech government and the Governmental Council for NGOs support CSOs and cooperation with them. And specifically, we would like to hear how the strategy for the cooperation with NGOs until the year 2030 has been created and developed, and what does it include?
Great. Okay, I hope you can hear me. It works. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure.
and I represent here the Secretariat of Government Council for NGOs, which is organizational part of a government office. It really is one of the units within the Department for Human Rights and Minority Protection at the government office, and the Government Council for NGOs is actually one of 6 government councils that is being overseen by the Government Commissioner for Human Rights. She was here yesterday, Ms. Klára Šimáčková-Lavrenčíková, and it's 6 government councils. We are only one that are dealing with NGOs in a general and interdepartmental context. The other government councils are for human rights, equal opportunities, people with disabilities, Roma minority and national minorities. So she has really quite on her desk. But anyway, this government council for NGOs was established in 1998, and its main role is to ensure that there are in Czech Republic suitable conditions for NGOs' existence and its activities. And as it was mentioned about the strategy, it's one of the key documents that I would like to talk about a little bit more about. But what is also really important is to introduce that government council. Currently, it's comprised by 36 members. 16 of them are deputy ministers. Another 16 of them are NGOs experts. I'm not talking about NGO representatives because those experts do not represent NGOs. They are there because of their expertise. And the remaining 2 are the representative of Association for Regions and Association for Municipalities. So it's almost half and half, 16 and 16. And with the new commissioner, we're really happy because, as she mentioned yesterday, she comes from non-profit sector, and we can see the results, and we can see the way she motivates us and how she's motivated. So it's very important, and we can of course compare it to the prior government that was also mentioned here yesterday, which was not that favor in non-profit sector, and many NGOs were labeled as a political NGOs, which was not really a good time to work there. But it was challenging, and a lot was happening. But I am going to be a little back about the Secretariat. The Secretariat, it ensures the activities, not only the Council, which meets 4 times a year, but also the main work is happening at its committees and working groups. And one of the working group was the one for development of methodology for the participation, which was mentioned here yesterday by Roman Haken, that currently it's a government council document, and we hope that one day it will become a document that the whole state administration is following. So Secretariat currently has 2 full-time employees and 2 part-time external aides, and this is why I mention it, because we do not have enough financial and personal capacities. And with this capacity, we were trying to develop the strategy on cooperation of public administration and NGOs for the years 2021 and 2030. And if I can say something about myself, I have 15 years prior work for NGOs. Before I came to working for the government, I was most of the years I was re-granting. I used to work. I don't know if somebody knows Pre-Accession Fund FARE, which was here in the 1990s for the development of civil society. Later on, Transition Facility Program or EAID grants. Before I came to working for the Office of Government, I was the manager of EA Grants NGO Fund, which in years 2013 and 2016 was the biggest NGO fund for the support of Czech NGOs. So for me, knowing the non-profit sector that well, being working there for 15 years, I knew that while we're going to prepare this strategy, we're going to do it with NGOs. But more challenging for us would be to conceive the state representatives, because preparing the strategy, it is intended for non-profit sector, but government strategies, they give tasks to the ministries and they do not like that. They don't want any additional work that is being assigned by other strategy documents, and annually there are many strategies being developed. So we wanted to make sure not only that we would cooperate with NGOs on preparation, but we need also involvement, engagement of all ministries to be there part of it. So, but unfortunately, the preparation was taken in 2020, which, as everybody knows, it was a year of COVID, which spread out in whole world. We started here in Herzan Palace on the 12th March of 2020. We organized the expert panel, which gathered together NGO representatives, state representatives, representatives of academia, and we wanted to identify issues, trends, obstacles, challenges that needs to be addressed by strategy. But also it was the day that the government declared a state of emergency. So we tried to be as open as possible, but during that 2020, it was not that possible. And especially you might remember in that time we did not have all these online opportunities to meet, but we knew we were going to be open throughout the whole process, which started with that meeting of expert panel. Later on, we organized open consultation on priorities that would be addressed by the strategy. And throughout the year, we carried out several public consultations on the strategy. So we gave as many opportunities as possible to the public to be involved, and at the same time we gave that many possibilities to be involved for the state representatives, so they know they're part of it, and it's also something they need to be identified with. So, but you know, preparing a strategy that defines the objectives of the cooperation for upcoming 10 years. Doing it in 1 year, it's very, very difficult. And we're happy that this document is here. And we're also happy that even ministries, when they're trying to initiate something, they refer to this document because it's a government-approved document. It is there. It is up to 10 years. It's many measures that go after Secretariat and after ministries, but we can build on. I mean, one of the main areas, strategic area, is to improve the cooperation between public administration and NGOs. The other one is to improve the social climate for NGOs activities, and third one is to maintain or improve the conditions for NGOs to exist in Czech Republic and they can carry out their activities. So I would, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, but also for your work in support of the creation of the strategy and the facilitation of our cooperation between the NGOs and the state. It has been quite a long time we've been cooperating with you as the NGOs, and I think that was always very much appreciated, your positive spirit in this respect. I completely also understand some of the challenges that you went through, as actually I have a similar experience from coming from the NGOs world to the ministry world, and trying to manage the things in my own way. But actually, not every time you can direct your department or unit as a scout group, as I was used to. But that's the experience, that's the learning that you also undergo by changing the sides a bit, but having in mind the experience from the previous journey of life. Well, now we have something like 25 minutes for the discussion. I have some questions ready for the panelists, but I still would like to give first the floor to either panelists between each other, if you would like to ask anyone, including Anna online, any questions, and then of course the audience. So I'm wondering if any of you wants to raise a question or comment. Doesn't seem to be the case, so I will give the floor to the audience. Any questions to our speakers? Jana is ready with the mic. doesn't seem to be. Either we couldn't have put you asleep. That's for sure. So maybe you are so full of thoughts that it will take some time before you find the courage to come up with something. But then I will ask you actually. Yes, Liv, you would like to comment?
Yes, I think you would like to ask a question to Alexandra.
The mic.
Because we were speaking a bit at the lunch break as well. So just for me as a Norwegian, just to kind of, since I'm here, to get a sense of the amount of funding that goes from state sector to NGOs in this country. I mean, in Norway, the state, I would say, is quite generous. Civil society in Norway is quite heavily reliant upon funding from the government in various ways, but also from membership, obviously. But
Okay. Thank you for the question. The Secretariat annually prepares this document called the main areas of support for the NGOs from the state budget for the support of public benefit activities. And it covers 18 areas such as I mentioned, Roma minorities, gender equality, social services, healthcare prevention, fight against corruption, so on. It is 18 of them, and we do it in cooperation with all the ministries that are providing subsidy programs to NGOs from the state budget. It's happening in the beginning of the year. We send out the letter to inform us on all planned subsidy programs for the upcoming year. There are around 90 subsidy programs annually that are being launched by the ministries. Some of them are more generous, some of them are less. I think all of us know that the largest amount of the state budget goes for the support of the sport. The second one is towards the social services, then it's humanitarian work, then it's humanitarian aid, and the children and youth, and so on. And annually it's around 8 billion crowns, and I don't know how many it's in euros. I'm sorry, but it's around that. And I'm talking about the subsidy programs that are mainly intended for the support of NGOs. Those subsidy programs can be open to other legal forms, but 95% are intended for NGOs, or they're a recipient of the subsidy programs due to their history of working in that environment, being there. So there are really around 80 billion crowns that goes from the state budget, which is, I would say, not a lot. That's why we are monitoring it. It's 3.2 million euros. Yeah. No, it's more, no. 30, I would say it's 300, no. 8 miljard. To je 8 miliard, no. No, it's much.
Maybe it would be good to say what percentage of this money goes to one specific sector, because then actually you would get a completely different picture.
Around 4 billion goes to sport. From the National Sport Agency.
Is considered as part of the NGOs because the legal form is such that they can actually get subsidized.
Yeah, that's true.
So then actually there are constant discussions in the Czech Republic about how much money goes to the NGOs sector. But if you count out the sports area, then actually you realize that it's not that much. But still, we are quite grateful that we have at least what we have. So 320. Good, thank you. I'm just looking if there are any questions in the audience, because I have some pertinent questions to you. You all shared some examples of your work and how it was evolving, what you have achieved. But actually, can you very briefly share with us what effect and impact do you see that actually your work on cooperation between the NGOs or non-governmental actors and the government has brought over the years? If you see any development, any significant development that your work has brought. And that includes the situation in Poland. Anna, do not hesitate to share with us. Maybe there are some learnings that you have gone through that you would like to share with us as well.
I can say something.
Yes, Frank.
Loves to be read, so it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, what I want to say in regard to the German situation, it was clear that the impact the organized civil society and also the BBE had on politics and on politics development was when we were first able to establish a permanent relationship, so that it stopped to be just tentatively, maybe one week and the other, and maybe then a year later and so forth, so that we had, first of all, one permanent relationship, which was a working group between the BBE and the Ministry of Family Affairs, which is also our major funder, I have to say. And the second thing was really important was to establish a committee in the German Bundestag, in the federal government, so that you have a bipartisan parliamentarian group which you can go to and say, this is the problems you have, you really would like to discuss them, you need the support from the parliamentarians and so forth. So this was the second step. And then over the year, and I said it in the very end, we are now a little bit proud that, for example, the Democratic Promotion Act, will be established, so a law on support of democracy, which comes out because the organized civil society was pushing so hard on the new government to really promote this Democratic Promotion Act. And I think this is really a good sign how the impact of the civil society really developed over the years. 10 years ago, this wouldn't have been absolutely impossible.
Quite good examples. Thank you very much for that. Anybody else wants to share the effects? Anna, would you have something to add on this?
Yeah, maybe two things. I think one of the key aspects that helped us a lot was that we learned to speak to each other within the third sector, so that we really came together. And we sort of, what is very important is that to sort of get out of the bubbles. So because very often third sectors organizations operate in these bubbles, like human rights organizations, watchdogs, so we tried to get out of it. We used, very helpful is what is called the horizontal principles of the EU, which have these rules like non-discrimination. It brings together the key aspects of EU values in sort of 5 or 6 points, and we sort of organize around these horizontal principles. So we, on the one hand, we came together to learn how to use EU law and regulations, and that united us also, and gave us a united voice. But on the other hand, it also represents the diversity and variety of voices that independent non-governmental organizations really have. So I think these two things, on the one hand, using European regulations, really understanding them, speaking to the European Commission directly. On the other hand, obviously that we as a third sector really, organize different fora where we really started to talk to each other, because, meeting and starting really to talk, I would would say these are two different pair of shoes, right? So you really need to sort of get out of your area, your bubble, and really create, real networking, right? Not just, ticking the boxes, but really engaging on a daily basis.
Thank you very much for these two examples. Sometimes we are not used to use the European regulations properly unless we really need it. And actually, if the crisis brings us together, we have such examples here in the Czech Republic as well. My own former organization, the National Youth Council, was created out of a crisis. When we, as youth organizations, we learned that we need to get together and to speak with one voice to the ministry to secure the funding and good conditions. So actually, and I think in other areas it was quite similar, and you might have a similar experience. Liv, you would like to comment?
I'd just like to concur with, re-emphasize the need for networking and working together. I think that's also the experience from my country, that forming networks, having various platforms where different actors actually get together and thinking then strategically on which issues would we like to raise with the government, how do we approach the relevant people, and then ask for meetings that are really well prepared. You don't have much time in those meetings. And then you kind of send either the people who know the issues really well, or the head of the organization, or someone with a little bit of clout to be in those meetings. I think we know from our experience it's possible to ask for meetings with people high up in the system. So that's one channel. And then that actually needs, the message is stronger when people actually stand together, and also when the information is well grounded. I think that shows that building strategic partnerships between civil society is really important, but also that constructive engagement with the authorities is also possible and important, actually. Obviously, receiving state funding should never be conditioned on not being a watchdog. So I think it's a constant challenge then for CSOs to make sure that we are still watchdogs, even if we receive funding from those that we criticize. That is still our role. Obviously, in my country, we don't have the experience that organizations get blacklisted if they are critical, so that's obviously good. I know that happens in other countries. So in some or many countries, the environment for civil society obviously isn't as enabling, one might say. So that obviously is a constant challenge. But I think, to be taken, I think struggling to make CSOs be seen as valuable resources, as reliable sources of information, because that ground information from grassroots communities, cooperation with partners abroad, etc., CSO possess in a unique way. So to be able to kind of take that knowledge and share it with the right people, I think is basically invaluable. I have a kind of a little bit of a dramatic example from my own country recently, because we were actually, because of the Ukraine crisis, every government needs to make priorities. So the current government proposed this year, a few months back, that they would make dramatic cuts in for the foreign aid budget, which some of that goes to, obviously, NGO community, including the human rights money. I myself received a phone call whether I would be able to cut so-and-so in the current budget year, which would affect partners. It received a lot of attention. There were breakfast meetings, all the big NGOs got together, public debates, they wrote articles in the media, we demonstrated in front of the parliament. A few weeks went by and the cuts were basically reversed. At least it didn't affect the human rights money. Some sections of the budget might have been affected, but the dramatic cuts that were announced had to actually be changed. It just showed this massive, getting together effort, which the politicians just could not, disregard. So, priorities will always need to be made, and in times of crisis, I think we've had a lot of them lately. Certain types of funding will always be under threat, right? And then obviously we need to be solidaric, but at the same time, sometimes maybe there are justifications to take that money from other parts of the budget. So maybe in some cases the sports will need to step a little bit more than the human rights defenders. I mean, yeah.
Well, it depends on the strength of the sectors. That's one.
It depends on the strength, definitely.
I wonder, Roy, actually, would you like to share with us how you were able to support these efforts from your side?
Yeah. So just kind of rebounding on a couple of things that were said already about the strategic partnerships. I think there is also like a need to create that space for organizations to come together and be able to exchange, be able to strategize together. Again, I'm not going to talk about impact because Civitatis is 4 years old, right? So it's a new fund, but we're just going on to efforts that, or contributing to efforts that were already happening. So just to make that clear, but there is a need to have that, not just in crisis situations, right? So this shouldn't be just like there's a crisis, let's come together, and this needs to be resourced as well. So that takes us back again to the whole idea that there needs to be an enabling environment for civil society, and that involves also like mechanisms to support that. Now I go back to the example of digital policy at the EU level. I said how civil society was able to occupy a space that was a vacuum before, and that without this input the legislation would not have been what it is today, which is rather satisfactory. But, okay, some of them were funded by governments or private foundations, but then on an ad hoc basis, on like, okay, let's fix that problem. Here's some money, come up with a solution, which should not be the case, right? It should be, what if we did that with the judiciary tomorrow? It's a bit of an extreme, but I like to use that example because, well, then we would have like a project-based judicial system. Like, do you get what I mean? So my point is that it needs to be, there's enough proof that, okay, this is needed. This is a cornerstone of democracy, a pillar of democracy. So as governments and like the EU institutions as well have a duty to support them.
Thank you. It reminds me of 1990s in the Czech Republic when actually some NGOs went where the money was. Well, actually, I think we are finally turning into the way that you are saying, actually, that the money has to go to the areas where it is needed. So it's good that we are we've overcame this period, but still, actually, there is a lot of work to be done. Well, we only have 5 minutes left, so I will still turn to the audience if there are any questions. Otherwise, I would ask you the last question, each of you, for 1 minute. And it seems that actually it is so. I would just like to make a bridge between this panel and the debates that we are going to have in two sections. And this is the question of the European civil society strategy. Based on what is your experience from the national level? What do you think could the European civil society strategy take from your experience? Or vice versa, actually, how it could help to improve what you are striving for? 1 minute to each of you, and I will take a volunteer to start. And I see Alexandra, brave to...
Okay. It's open? Okay, it works. What we learned is that we need to really raise awareness about state representatives on the role and importance of civil society. That it's really about regularly informing them on purpose of partnership, the aims of the partnership, and especially particularly on the role of civil society. And it was mentioned many times here about the culture of participation, and it's something I think needs to be worked on, needs to be focused. It's the change of the culture. For me, me, it's very important. As I mentioned, NGOs, we understand their importance, we work with them, we engage them, but we need to learn, engage the state authorities to engage them and trust them. And also it's about building the trust both ways. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's going to be next? Frank, would you like?
It's actually a tough question because, well, being for so long in this business, I'm not so very optimistic, although I just want to be optimistic, of course. Yeah. So, but what I just said, because of Article 11 and how difficult it was really to cope with it, and that it's still not implemented, I honestly hope that there is a good chance of a European civil society strategy. And actually, if my government is really true in doing to establish a national civil society strategy by 23. So I will do every effort and I will do whatever I can to bring these hopefully positive results to the EU.
And we'll hope that you'll get inspired the European environment in its creation. Now I'll turn to Anna. Would you have any recommendation in this regard for us?
Yeah, I think, yes, definitely. I think that one big problem at the moment that we face is a problem within the so-called civil society sector as well. And the problem I already mentioned that are the so-called gongos and bongos. So basically organizations that are created or linked to governments and are financed by governments. And as I said, they sort of take the air out of the civic space because they are basically designed as an echo chamber for the government. So I think that we need a methodology or a way of approaching that phenomenon, because I think that is sort of a threat to civil society, its health from within. And I don't see much going on in that area so far, and I think this is a huge issue that we need to tackle.
Thank you. This is gongos. This is definitely something we have to avoid when, or at least limit when we start to draft any strategy of this kind. Roy.
I just our civil society, let's cooperate with civil society. That's not a checklist of how many civil society organizations are trying to do this, and we're done. And I think that should be on the onset. Thank you. Something that we make clear in our own advocacy work, that this is, we don't care about the nice framed statements or the nice papers here and there that acknowledge the value of civil society, but one, put the money put your money where your mouth is, and secondly, like, constantly assess the structures that are put in place to make sure that they are serving the right purpose.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And last but not least, Liv, would you like to share with us your thoughts on this?
Yes, so I think such a strategy should definitely acknowledge the many and important roles that civil society actors actually play, which include both the role in providing fair and constructive criticism, but also that they can be partners in solving problems. I think those two roles combined are really, really important. Going back to what Ingrid said in the earlier panel, she mentioned that grassroots organizations often struggle the most, and that protection, empowerment, and support of these are actually needed. Having worked with really grassroots organizations outside of Europe for many years, I would say that for some of them who are in the front line of human rights work, achieving funding is almost impossible. The funding regimes and rules and regulations that apply are often favorable to the big NGOs based in capitals with lots of staff. I've had this discussion with authorities in Norway as well, ask very frank questions about it. When you say that you want to defend those at the forefront of human rights, what do you actually mean by that? Because some of them just don't have the means. So I worked for an organization where we were kind of middle organization. We were able to support a lot of them. But I would suggest then, to the extent possible, one, ensuring that funding is available, but trying to ensure at least lesser bureaucratic procedures to enable those who really need the funding as well to access it. Sometimes they don't even need that much, but they need something to run an organization and to be able to conduct their work in an appropriate manner. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. You all shared quite a lot of inspirational thoughts with us, which we will be able to digest in the discussion that follows after the coffee break. We'll be discussing the key parameters and areas for the European strategy, but also how to ensure the participatory process. As a good friend of mine, Aleš, who is sitting in the audience, sometimes says, sometimes it is not that important, the result, the paper, the strategy itself, but the way and the participatory process you undergo while actually trying to draft that. So we need to keep in mind both of these dimensions. With this, I would like to thank all of you panelists who were with us, and to Anna online. I wish you getting well. Yeah, let's finish this panel with thanking you for your active participation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pavel, for having this 1 hour and 20 minutes. And we are now heading to the last coffee break. And after that, in 20 minutes, I would like to ask you to show the room that you like more, which is this beautiful hall. But there is also one more, which is just in the back, which is called dining room. So there is a big table. And we will split into these two groups. And we will be facilitated by Pavel and Roman, the big guy over there. And they will guide us through some discussions where we can get back to the strategy, but also some sharing and reflections of what has been said here during these 2 days. And we will come back at 3:30 again to wrap up, share, and conclude all the day. So for the online people, I would like to invite you for the Zoom link, where we have really great two facilitators, Jitka and Lucie, who can help you to discuss among yourself with the same questions that we will be dealing with here. So thank you. Let's have coffee, refresh over the balcony, and come back at 2:40 in here or in the other room. Thank you very much.
follow the standard, I would say, non-profit way of drafting the strategies. That means that that you make the SWOT analysis, then go through the needs, then define the goals in like 10 years time, something like that, and then you end up with having a strategy and you implement it through the annual implementation plans and stuff like that, which is not exactly how the EU works. I was giving an example of the EU Youth Strategy adopted just about 2 years ago, and the process that lasted 20 years, starting with the white paper of the Commission, discussions in the Council, going through the different consultation processes, structured dialogue introduced, etc., etc., and it resulted into the strategy. And then you start with the implementation. And you already have the mechanisms ready through the previous consultation phases. This might be, I would say, more probable way. The second, I would say, important element is the whole process from the point of view of the resources, from the point of view of involving the stakeholders, communication, cooperation, consultation. And then we were discussing the content. That there are the proposals in the draft strategy that comes from Vera. There are a number of areas that should be covered, such as and actually these are the areas for action to be defined later with the actions. So actually these are the right to entry or freedom of association, the right to or freedom of peaceful assembly, the right to operate free from unwarranted state interferences, the right to free expression, the right to cooperation and communication, the right to seek and secure resources, and the state duty to protect. So these are the areas which we deemed to be important. We didn't go into very details because there need to be actions for each of these areas, of course, short term, long term, and besides that, there is the whole area of whom shall be the strategy devoted to, and actually who shall be the stakeholders along the way of its creation. Basically you have the EU institutions which are more favorable for cooperation and actually channeling the needs and wishes of civil society organizations such as the European Economic and Social Committee. So Seamus was giving us some ideas about what has been done already, what works, what doesn't work. And then actually you know that you need to convince the national governments, for instance, which are usually the most difficult ones to convince because of the election cycles and stuff like that. At the same time, that means that actually you can't concentrate on the European level only, because the strategy will in one or another way impact the national level, and the national level might and will necessarily impact the European level already drafting during the drafting of the strategy. So there are a number of issues to consider. I know that actually I didn't make it easier for us to continue with that, but just thinking about that and trying to find the beginning of the process might help. Anybody else from the group is welcome to add anything that I didn't cover, of course.
No? Okay, so Roman?
Thank you. So we did it as a white paper. So I will try to translate it. Please, the members of our workshop, please just repair me. So at first we agreed that we need something as a EU strategy or policy paper which is supportive for the civil society organizations. And now we want to have description which type of organizations we mean. We mean in this, it means what is NGO, what is CBO, what is CSOs. And we agreed that we don't want to support, we don't want to write strategy or to have strategy in which will be also covered trade unions and businesses. No, we just need private citizens organizations, yeah? This type of organization. And the description could be also through the identity or through the role which they have in the society. This is the first step. Secondly, why? Why we need the paper? Because, or the policy, because there is not enough influence, there is not enough impact of the civil organizations, and it means we need more visibility and more to be recognized. In the context, we thought about have something as a legislative environment or maybe law, which will be helpful. Then that we want to have some chapter about the recognition and about the protection of the sector and protection of the people which are working in the sector and the basic of the sector. Then that we need some chapter about stimulation for the citizen organization to grow and for the public administration to act with these organizations as a partner. And then we need something as a support, and the support we tried to define as a financial support, and we spoke more details about taxes and about core funding, not just the project funding. And then we also need something as a support for democracy, as a political support. And this is the context, shortly. Yeah? And about the national level, it was short. And the standards from this EU policy making, we want to somehow transfer to the national level, somehow, directive, or something as this, and to harmonize it for the higher standard, not for the lower standard in the national level, in all countries of EU. And how to do it? We just spoke about that it's EU document, and we want to somehow to prepare it for this and for the EU institutions, then for the national, but firstly have to be adopted in the EU level. So all the techniques, as we know, online, web, and this, but in the national level, in each state, to have some NGO or association, somebody who will organizing the process, which will be selected somehow, and which will be responsible for dissemination and collecting the positions and from the NGO sector and from the people outside. And the participation will be the best process which could be done a bit with connection with the culture of participation of this state. So it means we will want to do the best, but not everybody have to do the same. Then the processes will be different, but with the idea to have the higher quality of participation. And also we want to not miss the local and the regional level. So it means in the strategy will be somehow prepared with the participation of the local regional NGOs, collecting somehow the ideas in the national level and then given to the EU level. What we are missing are the money, because for this work we need some budget. And we think that not in each country will be the government open to give the budget for preparing this strategy from the national resources. So it means it has to be somehow negotiated in the EU level with some budget for preparing the strategy. Do I forgot something from my group? No? Yeah, thank you. That's it.
I'm impressed because you were so productive. This is really great. Thank you very much, Roman. And I would like to invite Petr and Vera for the conclusions. And if someone else, before they reach here, if you have some comments, what has been said so far, or we can come to the conclusions. Petr and Vera, I thought that you would be in front. And I wanted to fill the gap.
About the new strategy, then I would give a priority, but as you wish. You're the organizer.
So?
But I'll be a bit more general and philosophical, so I can go on and you can make it more practical by focusing on strategy, or we can do it the other way around.
But let's be in a little bit conservative gender stereotype, the ladies first.
A decision.
All right. So first of all, thanks to all who persisted with us so long into, or so far into a quite long and very intensive day. And I tried to collect some thoughts which were not very easy after all the things that were discussed today. First of all, let me say that I'm very happy that we have this discussion. And I think we will still need many similar discussions in the coming future. Because what showed me this day is that building allies between civil society and European institutions is a process. Or we can even call it an evolution. So we have to move forward by talking about the issues. Sometimes we can feel that we will be repetitive, that we are talking about the same thing, but I have the impression that we gradually, step by step, make progress and make achievements, and so should continue this process. In our small group, somebody said that we need to have a strategy, and that's what we are doing right now, developing this strategy in order to achieve the strategy. So we have come a long way, as I see, but we still have a long way to go. But I was also particularly happy today to hear about some really positive developments taking place on the European level, affecting civil society. So I can feel that one of our key goals is be the strategy to improve or increase the acknowledgement of the importance of civil society on the European level is progressing. We heard that there are new legislative initiatives going on the European Association statutes and the minimum standards, which is quite a new thing or an unprecedented thing. We heard about the Charter report specifically devoted to civil space to be expected in early December. As was said, this is also a first of its kind. We heard that the European Democracy Action Plan is coming up under revision, and the brand new Defend Democracy package, of which we don't yet know too much, but that's again another avenue where civil society or the recognition of civil society could and should be included. So I would say that I come away from this program today with optimism, understanding that there is still a long way to go, but I think the road is open, or the gates are open to go along that road. So thanks to the organizers. I think it was a really good crowd gathered here today, people who could really make strong contributions to the discussions. And yeah, let's keep it up. Let's continue working together. So thank you once again, Glopolis, Neon, Nadezhda Partners, Swiss, Spiralis, and everybody else who made it possible. Thanks.
We have to stand, okay. Well, I was standing here twice, so I can manage third time as well, okay. With some notes. So thank you for the two very inspiring days. I think that a lot of themes were covered, a lot of different perspectives, and I actually think that the dynamics of the first a bit more local day and the second day focus on the more general and European affairs was quite fruitful, also because it was two slightly different groups of people that came to discuss it with us. I will try to make a three short and hopefully not too epic conclusions of the discussion today. So I see basically three key aspects of cooperation that we discussed today. I mean, in the beginning, we have seen with the panel of the ladies from the Senate and from the Parliament that there is a willingness for cooperation, and I think that we need to cultivate this willingness. Also, what Vera mentioned at the end, that the gates are open. So apparently, I mean, we all perceive that there is a goodwill on all sides. So we need to take a good advantage of that. A very short summary of how to be successful in influencing the policymakers, I think, was summed up by Olga Richterová. I mean, have your team, develop your expertise, and endure. So expertise and endurance as key ways to cultivate the willingness, and also be careful not to lose your ground and your credits. And that was the message that she delivered then later outside the hall. Interesting, saying that there's been a couple of people who had both expertise and endurance, but they didn't make it until the end of the process because they just made some bad steps, and yeah. So second one, I think it's to take care of the cooperation. So not just cultivate the willingness, but take care of the cooperation, and that means both outside the sector. And there's been a couple of interesting ideas about focal points at the different ministries or in different European institutions. But it's not just institutional mechanisms or processes, but any activity that supports constructive engagement with the government is valid in this regard. But it also concerns taking care of the cooperation inside the sector. And we heard that this is important for the solidarity, for the coordination inside the sector, for more coherence in the sector, and in fact for the resilience. And we still are in the stage of uncertainty about how the civil society is accepted. So resilience is an important imperative for our work. The environment that we need to take. So it's the cooperation, taking care of the cooperation, but also the environment that supports cooperation as such. It's infrastructure, it's resources. There's been quite some debate about the financial resources, but it's also the human resources that is basically mostly ourselves and our colleagues. And again, I like the emphasis on also thinking of ourselves as just a finite resource that needs to be replenished, and we need to take care of our organization, our teams, and ourselves while saving the world. So the third one, I think, is the most challenging, but it was underlying all of the debates and evolving the culture of cooperation as their underlying element that is deciding whether the activities, the infrastructure, the mechanisms will fall on fertile ground or not. Because without the cooperative or collaborative mindset on both the side of the civil society and the government, this can always end up with just a formal exercise of ticking off the boxes, but not really delivering what we want. So I'm too fast for I promised the interpreters to speak slowly, and I'm not doing it. So apologies for that. But I'm almost at the end. It's the culture of openness, it's the culture of trust, and it's the culture of participation. And what we see basically as the ideal track is to evolve in terms of participation from NGOs just delivering to NGOs also getting their place at the design and decision making on the public policies. And as a major step that we are trying to pursue from delivery to design. the policies. It does not necessarily have to be that everyone in their mindset is convinced that participation is important per se, no matter what context, no matter what theme. I mean, there will be always people who will say, I don't really care about cooperation or participation, but we've heard a couple of really strong arguments for why participation is important. I would name just two, and it's impact and implementation. Participation delivers impact. We've seen it in the OGP presentation, we've seen it in the OECD presentation, that where is participation, there is more stronger results for public policies than where there is not. And implementation is a very simple conclusion of, and there's been a couple of examples going in this direction, that where people, especially civil society actors, are involved in the design, they are usually also involved in the implementation. So you basically, by involving people in the early stages, ensure that there's also much stronger push for implementation of whatever is on the table. And if this is not strong argument enough, then I don't know what is to me. So this is final, hopefully positive note and deepening some of our argumentation. So I also thank you very much for this stimulating discussions and for cross-sectoral participation. I really enjoyed having a conference with people of not only of balanced genders and nations, but also between different sectors, from academic, from the non-governmental and governmental sectors. And it's great that this was possible, and I hope they will be able to continue some kind of usable format of these discussions also for the future. And the rest of the thanks I will leave to Jana, who have a list of all the others who deserve thanking for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So we are coming to the end, and I would like to thank all of you for participating in this conference and in these meetings and side talks and enjoying the view on Prague. And I would like to also thank all the partners who make this event reality. And mainly I would like to thank to the Office of the Government and the Secretariat of the Government Council for NGOs, and particularly the Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Klára Šimáčková-Laurenčíková, but also to Ms. Alexandra Meggy, the head of the unit of the Secretariat of the Government Committee for NGOs, and her team, Ms. Hanka Fungachová, Ms. Petra Horáková, who is not here, and Thuy Nguyen, who is not here, but please pass her or give her our thanks. And also the partners from the foundation partnership represented by Jitka Šilarská and Lucie Smolková. Thank you very much. And also for the organizational support, the organization Spiralis, Jolana Turnerová, Marian Vránová, Ilona Fabry, and the big team that is behind. And I would like to thank mainly the donors who made this possible as well, and I shall quote here one, the content of the conference is the sole responsibility of the organizers and can in no way be taken to reflect the views of the funders. And now I will give you the information who are the funders. We thank very much to Civitates, the European Philanthropic Initiative for Democracy and Solidarity in Europe, for the partnership, and also through the project Reclaim Our Civil Space that was supported by the grant from Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway through the Norway Grants Fund and for regional cooperation. So thank you very much for this partnership. And this is yes, and I would like to thank also to our colleagues in Glopolis, Jitka, Petr Lebera, okay, let's start with you. Blanka Mouralová, David Ondráčka, Jitka Hausenblasová, Ingrid Dečmanová, Daniela Vondrová, and mainly to our moderators, Sylvie Píchová from SCAF, Pavel Trantina, and Roman Haken. So thank you. You can see that the list of the people is long, but of course I should also name all the guest speakers, which you can read on your programs. So, and also thank to the translators, the ladies in the box that have been here invisible, and I would like to thank the big team of XLab, who made the streaming, and also Confess, who arranged all the other technique. So thank you very much. Wishing you the nice evening and nice stay in Prague if you are leaving somewhere else, and hope to see you at some other conference that will be about these basic issues like participation and cooperation. Thank you.